Hey everyone. Natalie, otherwise known as Zozo Beans on Twitter. Zarn, the Yuanti fighter. Friendly reminder, Yuantis do not have emotions in this campaign, so Zarn is very awkward and doesn't play by the same social rules as everyone else.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Wonderful. Omni.
Hello everyone, I'm the last Omnitecture, favorite robot American, and I am playing Ashwell Brant, also known as the Slate Shade, everyone's favorite rogue, slash fighter, slash assassin, spy. He kind of does a lot. But yeah, no, you'll see him around with his enchanted guitars doing strange things. So keep an eye out for him, and his weird Batman-like crusade against the nobility, for reasons we won't describe until later, when they're relevant. That's me.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you for being here, Omni. Much love, dude. Kira, otherwise known as Elise, obviously. How's it going,
Hello. Hello, friends. I am Elise. I am playing Kira. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Illustrate. I do art things. Kira is a Winter Eladrin Death Cleric. They are very aloof and are sort of taking on the mom role of the group. Sort of corralling the party.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, I'd say so. Don't you touch that. You're gonna die, and I'm gonna have to fucking heal you. Sorry.
Basically, and I have my boys, Mo, Curly, and Larry.
Oh, wonderful.
My hobgoblin followers, or zombie followers that I take with me everywhere.
The Bugbear Boys.
We're really starting to reek, by the way. Just
Nah. I'm like when I put them to dead, I put them to dead. Put them to bed. I cast a what is that?
Gentle
Repose.
Yeah, Gentle Repose. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of the spell. So they're just like surviving. I'll spray them with some perfume. Give them little flower crowns so they don't smell bad.
Wonderful.
Squirt bottles filled with formaldehyde.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being here, Elise. Much love, dude. Red. So nice to have you here with us, buddy. What's up?
Hello, I am here. I'm red. I am queer. I'm one of the three primary colors. I play Vaunt, a tiefling wizard that acts like an asshole, but in reality, he's very much a support. But yeah, actions speak louder than words. Except for when Vaunt talks so much shit that doesn't matter. So, yep, that's me. I'm on Twitter. Hello.
The thing about being a wizard is when you speak shit, when you're talking shit, you're actually enchanting like powerful magic spells and shit.
That's bards.
Same thing.
Somatic.
Same thing. It's pedantic. It's
kidding.
thematic.
It's somatic, you know?
Thematic.
Well, thank you for being here, Red. Much love, dude. Much appreciated as always. So...
Scientific shit talking.
Yeah! You're explaining to them mathematically why they're a piece of shit. Who wants to tell us what happened last time? Remember, the group is always able to contribute in pieces and chunks so that everybody has a chance to earn inspiration.
it happened last time.
We killed a bunch of mushroom people.
I nearly lost one of my boys.
No.
Vaughn almost got killed by one of your boys, too.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, there was a mushroom madness going on that was sort of like taking over people. In this, well, okay. Let's reel back a little bit.
Yes, start at the beginning.
Let's reel it back. I'm from the Ozarks. Fishing jokes are in my blood. But not even from the Ozarks. But yeah, so we went into this town. It's old and decrepit. We fought this shambling mound thing that was a pile of weird mushroom.
You fought the shambling mound because you split from the party.
Yeah,
That's true.
well,
that did happen.
That did happen. Anyway, like I was saying.
Oh no, anyway.
We went up, Vaughn found the source, they went to it, they dealt with the source, and now we are in the aftermath. I didn't talk to the orcs, so I'll let you guys do that shit.
I'll fill in a little bit, at least with the orcs. So while Vaunt went to explore what was going on in the city when we first arrived, which, by the way, for those of you who are watching, this old abandoned city is the place we've been looking to resettle for our own purposes. So the fact that it's been abandoned kind of nice. The fact that we found out that it's abandoned because there's terrible monstrous fungus shit in there, that's a problem. We went to go speak to a bunch of orcs who were camping nearby, asked them what the hell was going on. The orcs basically told us in no uncertain terms, they're there to preserve the balance of nature. The people who lived in that town have basically fled or all been killed more than once by the many settlement attempts. For some reason, there's something in the town that keeps the dead from staying dead, and they believe it's something demonic. And we were like, oh, that's great. And I was like, so when we clear it, would you be willing to maybe help us? We'll pay you. And they were like, bro, if you get rid of our demonic fungus problem, we'll gladly do it for you gratis.
Thank
And
you,
we're like,
Red. Much love, dude.
yeah, dude, awesome. That's pretty much all I'm going to contribute there. You guys can carry the rest.
Yep, you already got inspiration, but that would earn you inspiration. Yep.
Yeah.
I just remember there was a lot of arguing back and forth as to whether we should just burn everything down or try and just go and kill all of the old monsters. Aunt also informed us that there was a light, something by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing on the fucking checklist, because you guys wanted to take over this fixer-upper.
We can't all have our big, awesome fortresses within city bounds, Red. Some of us are trying to raise armies.
Well, then get your shit together.
We're doing that. Anyway.
Okay, you already have inspiration, so. And Elise, would you like to round us out?
Yes, sure. Let me grab my notes. The fungal force that was causing all of these problems was actually Urlaku, or Zagetmoy. And the reason that this town was infested with demon madness is because basically we can only assume right now. We're probably not really gonna find out because of how ruined everything is, but we're assuming that there was some sort of cultist chapter here that was sacrificing people to Zagetmoy, and they opened a portal to the demon realm, the abyss, or whatever it is in this setting.
Abyss is fine.
The abyss. Super Hell, yes.
Super Hell.
The new Adult Swim show, Super Hell.
God, stop.
The devil is just the warden, because really there wasn't much change needed. Sorry.
And no, you're fine. That's what caused this infestation, and the orcs were sent to protect the binding circle that was keeping all of this filth in. And the reason that this demonic presence here was so powerful was because there were. Okay, I'm sad you made the Myconids evil, but I understand why. I like Myconids. They're good boys. And basically they summoned an avatar of Zagetmoy to try to kill us and start.
Those weren't Myconid, those were Saprophis. Those were completely different.
Saprophis. That's fair, that's fair. They were evil Myconids.
They're like those nasty little fuckers from Warlords of Draenor.
I don't know that reference.
Oh,
yes.
but yeah.
I do! I got that reference. God, I'm so old, I am Captain America now.
Fantastic. That is inspiration. You as well, Elise. Wonderful. Everybody's got their inspo recharged. And we're going to come right back into, as they say, the thick of it. If this will...
You had me at thick, boss.
Nice.
Perfect.
I did not mean
Yay.
Pretty good at this.
So, where we left off, Urlaku's avatar was disassociating. The chunks of fungus and bone were falling apart, and it was collapsing into a pile before the lot of you. As it finishes this process, there is only its, upper half and arm remaining with its head, it looks up to the lot of you, and you can hear this voice in the back of your mind. Why would you do this to me? What did I ever do to you?
I don't like mushrooms.
Ashwell's kind of just still panting there, having been possessed earlier and forced to stab people that he's thankfully we managed to keep it to the bugbears. We're good with that. But he's still not looking hot, or at least as hot as he could. So he's kind of just like panting there. How about that part where you seized control of my body? That's not that nice.
You intruded into my domain.
This was a town at one point. I don't think it was zoned for demons.
Might I propose something? You left your domain to come here and take someone else's domain. So fuck you.
It
Bob's
looks
usually pretty eloquent, but he's like beat up, so he doesn't really care about like structuring his sentence better, trying to make an actual point.
it looks to you, and it kind of lowers its arm down. You have already forfeited that which you own. I see the marks upon Tiefling. I see your torment, eternal, or damned.
Excellent. Now that we've gotten formalities out of the way, why don't you go and wither and return to the abyss?
She looks to each of you in turn. I am not gone forever. And the last bits of her crumble off.
As it dies, Vaughn's just gonna walk up with a with a small knife, and he's gonna start harvesting some of that delicious demon ichor.
Intelligence wisdom. Or intelligence wisdom, intelligence medicine, LMFAO, that's funny.
Roll 2d20s, add them together. No modifiers.
I am an intelligence wisdom. Let's see. Yeah, into the tower.
There is no ichor with which to actually extract, but you could roll an Arcana check to see if there's something else.
I want ichor.
What was upon the crown, or upon the brow of the individual that ripped their own heart out to summon this avatar, is a twisted crown of bone. In fact, you can make out the features of what this bone came from. It seems like it was the bone of a skull, but it's twisted till it's about the shape of a circlet, seamless in one piece, and a sparkling piece of obsidian resting upon a little outcropping that would sit upon the brow. Did we lose Red?
Nick, are you alive?
Then fuck this crown, I'm out.
Yeah, he just stole it and dipped.
That's him role-playing Misty Step to get out.
He said he was having trouble with his internet, so it might have cut out for a minute.
Oh no.
I returned.
Yay, welcome back.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So yeah, just this twisted crown of bone and an obsidian adornment for the center.
That should also like that. I'm gonna take it.
As
Put it in
you
my thing.
reach down to take it, the hand of this person grabs your wrist. And in his final moments, No, it's a she. As the fungus rots off, so do parts of her face. And you can see on the inside that this was once some magnificent elf, but no longer. She attempts to stop you weakly. This is not for you. And as she takes the crown off her head, she dies, and when it drops, it soundlessly bounces off the floor towards Kira.
On that note, I'm gonna let my dog in.
On that note, I'm gonna keep the crown.
All right. And, yeah, gathered here and there, gathered just about everywhere is, I'll just let you guys see it. I'm gonna add it to the party sheet.
Oh dear. Where do we find it? Oh,
Ooh. Mm.
165 pounds of loot. Oh my.
You gotta love it. I guess gonna have to do this again.
No, probably not. Are you talking about the tedium of gathering shit?
No, of opening a lock.
Oh no, it's unlocked. This is just shit everywhere. It's not in a chest or anything. This is just shit everywhere down in here, all on the ground.
It says locked
It's
on the...
locked.
Oh,
That's
I'm
why I was
sorry.
asking.
I didn't know
It's
that.
alright. I rolled a 12 to unlock it anyway, so we're good, I guess.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just in a partial form, so it's all in one place. There's no chest or anything. It's just shit everywhere.
That's
Darwin
awesome.
to pick it all up.
No.
Come
fine.
here, Darvin.
Come here, crispy boy.
Let's
He's
be
not
honest.
crispy anymore. Now he's shiny.
That's right.
He'll be
He's
forever
Metal
crispy
Beard
on mine.
now. I gotta only make that Lego reference once a year.
No. He's Magni.
He is.
Magni Bronzebeard.
I don't know that reference either.
I'm making a lot of World of Warcraft references.
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
don't
that
want
kind of
that.
nerd.
Yeah, that would mean...
Major help heroes.
Stop.
Where Derek draws the line.
No, I just know how
I-
addictive MMOs are, and I never got the taste for them.
They are bad for you, and you should stay away from them.
I've been
I do.
nothing but productive since I quit playing WoW.
Exactly. Yes, I have gotten so much done with my life since I stopped playing the game.
I literally started a Twitch channel.
So
Yeah.
I've gotta say,
Started a whole
besides the
fucking-
fact that there are at least 3 duplicates of one of the most rare magic cards in the game on the very top of that, it is a phenomenal amount of wealth, from what I can tell. More coin wealth anyway than we had, or at least almost more coin wealth than we had in our last haul, because of the sheer volume of platinum we've got in there.
Oh,
Plus,
that is a
like-
lot of platinum.
Not to mention 2-star rubies, 2-star sapphires, 2 yellow sapphires, 3 black opals, an emerald, and 3 just standard opals, plus the Death Priest's crown, which now seems to be in one particular person's possession. Yeah,
I'm gonna add this to the party sheet.
yeah, by all means. I am mildly flabbergasted as a person, not even as a character, as a person.
I told you I like
That's
giving out
fine.
loot.
I'm
I
glad you're
love
distracted
it.
by the loot and not saying anything about the ring that Vaughn had the entire time.
Where do we find the party sheet again?
It's next to the combat tracker. I already dropped the crown onto your so.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's literally the very topmost right icon.
One with the people.
Yeah, the Speeples. Shadow Peoples.
Okay, so Derek, how much of this stuff can I sneakily grab while nobody's paying attention?
That would be your sleight of hand versus everybody's passive perception. Your passive perception is not as high as the rogues will be, because Ashwell has extra.
Oh, your eyes
Yeah.
are sharp, Ashwell.
It's what you all pay me for.
I'm also the cleric with good proficiency. So
Also true. Ashwell's passive perception is 18.
so is
Yep.
mine.
Oh, both of you. No, you don't notice, Zorn. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm too busy trying to pick up some of my own loot. Like, get that one, Darvin. That one's the shiny one.
Yeah, Vaughn sees the star rubies and the star sapphires, and he immediately starts pocketing them.
You guys see him do that plain as day.
Literally
thinks he's
turn
being
around on the
sneaky.
spot and fingers to mouth, like New York taxi whistle, just like.
I'm gonna
Hey.
yeah. While he's doing that, go ahead. Just
No, that's literally it. That's all he does. He just whistles and just does like the "I'm fucking watching you."
He just looks back at you and puts them in his pockets anyway. Who's
Kira's-
attacking me? What?
Kira's bopping you over the back of the head with their staff.
You take non-lethal damage, I'm assuming?
No, it's not like I'm not rolling actual damage. It just did that automatically. She's just like they're just like smacking him on the back of the head.
Got it, yeah. You feel
These are invaluable objects, and they don't know what they're doing with them, so I'm going to take them. As payment, of course.
I know that rubies and sapphires and gemstones are worth a great deal of coin. I'm not stupid, Vaughn.
I won't sell them, my dear Ashwell boy. I'm going to make things out of them, so calm yourself.
All right, as long as we get those in
My-
inventory, I'm good.
Then why are you being so suspicious about it?
I'm not. I'm quite clearly picking them up.
Natalie,
You
could
say
you do
that
me a
after you
huge
say
favor?
pot.
Could you grab me my tarot deck, please?
Oh.
So
I
this
just
is the
realized
last bit of the loot.
Oh.
While you're doing that, Zarn joins in the bullying of Vaunt. in
Go ahead, this is
order
gonna take me some
to
time.
give the jewels back.
Vaughn
Don't
is
make
literally
me
just
stab
taking his
you.
cut. I am
Uh,
taking my cut.
So you're just going to take the rubies, and you're not going to take anything else then? The rest is for us to split
I
amongst ourselves?
I'll tell you what. I'll take one of these rubies, one of these sapphires, and then you can have the rest.
Trust
If
him.
if he's going to use them to make magical items, I say let him have them. But stop being so damn suspicious.
I'm not. I quite literally bent down and picked them up.
Then why
Oh,
were you
sure.
sneaking around?
I was not sneaking, just
Not
docking
sneaking
you.
very
Then-
well.
Then
Shut
why'd
up.
you roll a sleight of hand check?
Shut up.
Breaks
Why'd
the
you grab
fourth
your
wall
D20?
casually.
Why'd you grab your
Because I
D20?
didn't expect passive perceptions to be 18.
Damn right. So while you guys are talking to him, Ashwell's pulled out a little a little parchment from one of his pockets, and he's gonna take his just like a small pin that he keeps inside of his kit, sort of dab it into one of his wounds to get a little blood on it, and inscribe on the list as he's watching, like Vaunt take the items and everyone else take the items, everything that's being claimed. So he keeps an inventory of the things that have been found, and this is him adding it on to there as he just sort of puts it away. There, good enough. That'll do.
I'm gonna make a fucking badass crown, and you guys are gonna be like happy about it. That's what's gonna happen here.
Badass crown for
You-
yourself.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Look, hey guys,
Crown of
look at
madness.
the crown I made for me and only me.
It does absolutely nothing other than look pretty.
It makes me look like a fucking queen.
Yeah.
wants
Magic
to go
crown of
first?
badass.
Pick the middle
Oh
one.
god.
Everybody gets one if you want. You do not have to take one, though.
I want the middle one.
Which way do you want me to
Brave.
flip it?
Left or right?
The Knight of Chalices inverted.
Haha, cut. Oh shit.
Who's next?
Top right. However you feel, I leave it in your hands, sir.
The Knight of Wands inverted.
Get fucked, you idiot. Oh my
You don't
god.
even know what that means. You don't know a fucking thing about tarot.
If anybody else is going to
Ye-
do it,
Yes, I would like the middle bottom one. Yeah, that one inverted.
The King of Wands inverted.
You're so dumb.
By the way, Bond said it's a McDonald's crown, and I like that idea.
No, it's a Burger King crowd. You're thinking of the Burger King crowd.
You're right, it's the Burger King crown. You're right.
And
Look at the
cheap
guy that
crowd.
wore that on that plane one time.
the Four of Pentacles. Well, what are you guys discussing? How are you splitting this loot and whatnot up while I look up some things that may very well change the course of this campaign?
Well, Vaughn's changing the terms of his conditions. So he's going to take the ruby, he's going to take a sapphire, he's going to take a yellow sapphire, he's going to take an opal, and he's going to take a single black opal.
What does that leave us with?
A lot? You have a lot left.
All right,
And
I
Vaughn
will
did say
say
he was going to make it into a magic item. You can make an insight check, I don't care.
I will say that Ashrel is going to be pretty adamant that, like, we split this stuff when we get to camp, for God's sake,
No.
for once.
No.
So we can actually know what's being done instead of just, like, trinkets
I would
passed in the
like-
dark.
To, fairly evenly distribute it, because it has been very lopsided lately, and I think we would all like to get some gold.
Well, you know, communism, you know, we all split stuff equally. It's just that one amongst you, you're guinea pigs amongst the pig. So
Vaughn's more equal than the rest of them.
Vaughn deserves more because he's smarter.
If
Are
he
you
starts
ready for
grabbing,
this?
Wait, I'm gonna...
No,
yes,
Natalie
with
wants me to
one final
wait. I'll
caveat,
wait.
which is one final thing, which is I'm going to say the other reason he wants to split this at the camp is because we're currently standing in a den of demonic fungus and spores.
yeah.
And
Also,
that's maybe not good for the health.
didn't Vaughn cast a couple fireballs, so this whole place is smoldering and probably burning to some extent?
It's fine. He cast them far away from you, so it's not like it mattered.
I mean,
The
he cast them
fungus
in
was
the area
fire
that we're
resistant.
standing in.
The
The
Oh,
fungus
okay.
was fire resistant. You'll remember.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Derek, I want, like I said, actually,
You can just take those, by the way. Whatever you
Oh, I
decide
can.
to take, you can just put those onto your character sheet. Just drag them.
I can click and drag them?
Yeah.
For real? Is it,
Yeah.
It's not like
Don't let him just take our treasure.
Any of you can do that. All of you can do that.
Really? It's not letting me.
In the party
good.
sheet?
Yeah, it's not letting me drag and drop from the party
Good.
sheet.
To your inventory?
Yeah, it's not letting me do
Oh. Sorry.
All right.
that. I basically just want one of each, except for the emeralds. I don't give a shit about the emeralds.
Well, considering that that's literally half the coin, that's half the gemstone wealth in this.
You'll see what I'm doing, and you'll appreciate it.
If you make an infinity gauntlet out of these, I swear to God, I will kill you.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
So your skin becomes a bit grayer. Your hair a bit lighter. And your eyes much paler. You get a +1 to your charisma.
Oh.
And you now have a bit elven features.
No!
That's right. That's right. That's what you get.
Oh, I've become what I hate!
Drow, to be more specific. The inverted one makes you
Oh,
more
okay.
drow.
Interesting.
But, like, just barely so. Vaughn's already got points of use and shit, so. Vaughn probably looks a little bit more pink.
Pinker.
The next
Couple more of those.
is, I believe Omni went next.
Yeah.
Wait, I just get a +1 to my charisma score? I go up to 16?
You went up to 15.
Oh, you already adjusted it. Okay.
Yes.
Right on, right on.
Omni, you got the Knight of Wands inverted.
Yep.
I just lied. That's what you got.
Oh, cool. Right on. Nice. I
Oh.
thought we were gonna have a bit of a...
Oh, so I'm
A bit more drow
elven
now.
A bit more
Yeah.
drow- I guess me and Whisper are gonna have some things to talk about now.
What have you
I
and
hate you
Whisper been up to?
Oh, Jesus.
Nothing. She's my child ward. So yeah.
And by
nothing.
child, isn't she like 100 something?
Okay, relativity here aside, he's not doing the nasty with the underage pasty. Thank you very much. So
Ew.
So here's what you got, Red.
Oh boy, it's gonna be worse.
The need shall
For speed.
desert you. A calmness overcomes you. And you gain an addiction for avoiding vice. You will not allow yourself any luxury, pleasure, or frivolity.
Yes!
And if you do engage in something against this stoicism, you will get a -2 to all d20 rolls for 24 hours.
Funny.
Holy
I hate this.
cannoli.
I hate this irony.
That's...
Elise, you got...
Yes.
Hate it here.
got the King of Wands inverted. You are now enthralled by the 7.
What does that mean?
Justice, fortitude, prudence, wisdom, temperance, courage, and charity.
The heavenly virtues. Nice.
How do I get rid of this? Is this a curse or like?
I'll think about it and get back to you.
I have to purge myself in liquid gold. I'm not talking about Velveeta mac and cheese. Not sponsored.
Wish it was.
If you do something that is in alliance with one of those 7 things, so those 7 virtues, you get a permanent +1 to all saves once you have done all of those things.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Can I get like a list of that so I can put it in my notes?
I'll just have to read it off again.
Okay.
The list of wholesome.
If you
Justice.
actually,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you look up the 7 heavenly virtues, they should all be the same.
It is the
Yeah,
same.
Wood-
Okay.
Yeah, Wood of Darkness does the exact same thing. You can look that up.
Natalie. You got the 4 of coins right side up.
Great. Glad you were the only one that got the right side up.
Not always a good thing.
Anything you get's gonna be better than me being an ascetic. So. An ageless ascetic.
Okay, that's interesting. How much does your sex shape you? You are capable, at will, up to 3 times per day as a standard action to change your sex and gender.
That's
Yo.
fitting because I...
Trans
after I
rights.
died-
D&D says trans rights.
No, that's gender fluid.
That's like gender fluid with extra steps, and I'm here for it.
I find that very fitting because Zarn started off as a male, and then after he died, he came back as a female. So now, whatever he or she wants to be.
Yeah.
So between the cards and the gold, what do you folks do?
I did actually just realize something, Derek. They did alter it from the original 7 heavenly virtues, so you're gonna probably want to actually give her that list.
No
Give them that
problem.
list. Yeah.
Justice.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. Where did I put this? I just remember that was the first one.
Yeah, justice is definitely not a virtue.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking.
Which one did it replace?
Okay, I've got it pulled up. Justice, fortitude, prudence, wisdom, temperance, courage, and charity.
Literally
Justice,
all of them for
fort-
one.
So just okay. Justice, fortitude, wisdom,
Prudence, courage, charity.
prudence, courage, charity. I'm missing one. Justice,
Temperance.
fortitude. Okay, temperance. That's right.
Sorry
So
for
I don't
eating
have-
right now, by the way, folks. We
How dare you fuel your organic body in front of us?
Good to know that I
Abominable.
don't have to be chased.
apparently.
Apparently Vaughn does, though. Fuck.
That's
It's not like he was
you-
getting any anyway, but...
If you break any of those before you finish them all, you have to start over.
Oh, damn.
Oh, interesting.
You have to be a good Christian.
No kidding.
At least for a day.
Christian for a day. It sounds like a shitty movie by Adam Sandler.
So, am I aware of these?
All
or-
of you are instantly aware. Once you touch this treasure, that is effectively like the multiverse's magic bound into this location from the act of slaying a demon lord here, like affected this horde to such a profound degree that taking this treasure for yourselves influences you. And that's effectively how the cards usually go.
Fuck. Okay. So, Derek, I gotta make a check because Vaunt would not take all of these if he didn't need them. So, I'm gonna make an Arcana check and see which of these I actually need to make a magic item. Otherwise, I'm gonna dump the rest.
That is justice serving you for all your greediness.
It's a 23.
23.
No, I gotta
know
say-
some damage.
So far, Vaunt has been truly the most evil character in our party, and I say that as a compliment,
Mhm.
because it's very hard for me to be that evil relentlessly. So,
Well, I went from playing like a nice guy, bad guy on I'm the Medic Mori, so I figured I had to be like a real dick on this show.
I mean, it's a good. You're good at it, and I love Vaunt. I legitimately
You're
love
good
Vaunt.
at being a
We
fucking
love to
prick.
hate Vaunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
100%.
I
You're like
got 3
everyone's
fucking
favorite
days.
hated character on like a soap opera. Like everyone wants them to stay forever, straight up. So you're good. Ashwell dies, no one bats an eyelash. Vaunt dies, everyone goes, "Oh God, no! Our drama, it's gone."
Bring him back. Vaunt's
our-
the one starting shit.
Our party idiot.
Bond
Oh, I
just said Vaughn is literally the moment when Skeletor gave over all the power of the universe for a role of the hot lady.
Oh, I love that. Oh God.
So I imagine that the party does their best to extricate themselves at this juncture, huh?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So Derek, which of these gems am I dumping? Because I took a yellow sapphire, a star ruby, and a black opal, and an opal. I took these because I wanted to make something magic with them, maybe spruce it up a little bit. But which of these would have like no arcane properties?
You took the stars and the opals?
Yeah, and one yellow sapphire.
I would
One of
say
each.
that opals are far more for conducting magic than they would be to actually store anything. They'll act as a conduit, no problem, but they just don't have the facetation, the internal complexity to actually store anything.
Even the black ones.
Yeah, just opals in general. They're all worth about 1,000 gold each gemstone, though.
Right, but Vaughn, even in the first place, Vaughn took the opals because he wanted money. Vaughn took the ruby, the star ruby and sapphires, and the yellow sapphire because he wanted to make something magic out of it. So he's gonna get rid of the opals. He's going to just like dump them into whatever vessel we're hauling some of the loot out in.
I figure I'll just use like a segment of tarp or something that Ashwell carries, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Anything else before we get back over to Cult Ma and her ilk?
I didn't get a chance to actually examine this crown that ended up
please
at my
do.
feet.
Thank you.
I'll probably need to identify it. You probably don't want to put it on. It looks pretty evil.
It'll
What would
be
you like to
fine.
know?
What do I need to roll
For
to identify what it is and maybe what kind of magic it has or what it does?
you could kind of do an Arcana check to see if you know anything about this crown, but otherwise you would need identify, unless you just happen to know what this
Oh,
crown
okay.
is with an Arcana check.
Is that going to be a regular Arcana check or a Wisdom Arcana check?
I feel like honestly this one might be might be intelligence because it's like you're trying to figure out something specific. But if you can make a case for wisdom, I'd be willing to hear you out.
Well, okay, so the elven woman who was in possession of it said it wasn't for him, and it does bear maybe some similar elven motifs. Perhaps it's a relic that Kira would be familiar with for elven history.
Okay. Cool. Go for it, dude.
All right.
So, you've heard, you didn't get a very good roll. You've heard
Damn.
of some particular crowns that were passed out to the original death priests of Persephone, but that would more speak about the individual that this came from than it would say anything about this crown.
Gotcha. So I can't figure out what it does. All right. In that case, I will hand it over to Vaunt and get him to tell me what it is and what it does.
Indeed. Okay. Well, I need to cast identify as a ritual. So. Excuse me.
All right. So I imagine the party.
We're gonna do that outside, out
Yeah.
of the Chamber of Death.
Yes, please. I don't want to be breathing in any more secondhand
Yeah,
fungus.
we're probably like inhaling asbestos just standing in here.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
way worse than asbestos. Demon spores.
Oh,
Demon
great,
asbestos.
great. It's demon pollen. It's just we need.
You thought your allergies were bad now. So-
I'm using it.
Gonna
The
need to
party-
get the puffs plus for this one. Not sponsored.
As the party makes their way back to the camp, you can see Hugger is being scritched on his belly by a number of orc children who are laughing and giggling with glee as he makes hilarious, dopey sounds to them while they're giving him scritches.
Good boy.
You can probably see like the sides of Ashwell's mask lift a little bit because he's clearly smiling under there. Oh, well, ain't that just the sweetest thing?
I just had a realization and I hate it.
What's up?
What's that?
So Vaughn's an ascetic now. If there's no way to do away with that effect, Vaughn's probably gonna start taking levels in Monk.
Oh God, that'd be a terrifying comp.
Monk wizard.
Monk Wizard, that's the jankiest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, unarmed defense.
Monk is it? Oh shiz it.
I could foresee allowing you to use intelligence instead of wisdom for your monk stuff, maybe? Like Sherlock Holmesing it?
Discombobulate.
In short.
Step 1, discombobulate.
Step 2.
Step 2,
Yeah.
discombobulate.
It's just clapping some dude 80 times.
I've seen that.
Oh, yeah.
He just keeps... Sorry, I haven't thought about that in a long time.
That's a great one. That's a great meme. I love it. Like legit, it's just amazing. So seeing that Ashwell's gonna go jogging over to Hugger and give him a scratch on the stomach. Hey, how you doing, buddy? You miss me? You miss me? Just do the full like underbelly scratch, both hands.
His legs kick up so much that like dirt starts going spiraling everywhere. Starts to dampen down the large campfire. I'm going to go ahead and change the music real quick because you're no longer in a scary place.
Yeah.
I would like to receive credit for my patience virtue for constantly dealing with Vaunt.
I don't think Vault's done anything to you yet today.
Okay, fine. Today, fair.
You bonked him over the head, so fuck you, you'd have to restart.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, no, he makes a really good point. Although that could also be considered justice.
I'll do it again. That was certainly
I
was
hate Christianity,
Well, where's Whisper, by any chance, and the other orcs?
The woman called Tama, or not woman, the female orc called Tama, you can see is striding out of her larger central hut with Whisper in tow. And as she comes out, she's like putting a couple of arrows in Whisper's hand, muttering something in Undercommon. And after their exchange, Whisper kind of smiles and walks her way over to you.
We did it. Or less.
What'd you find?
A lot, actually. In Elvish, he speaks to Whisper and says, in much more sibilant tones than I'm going to manage, and with his accent completely dropped, some kind of demon lord. And
A what?
some monstrous infection. It's terrible, really, but we managed to slaughter it quite well.
Are we sure we can
It's-
live here?
We can now, or probably can, at least. And, if anything, if there is any sort of recursions or something along those lines, it'll be good training for troops.
You got a bit of a leak, man.
Demons.
She's kind of taken aback and says, "But which one?"
That we'd have to ask the others. And he would drop the Elvish and turn towards the rest of the party. So, what was the name of the fungus lady? What was she of again?
Alaku was her name.
That.
Oh.
It seems to be well and truly dead, though. We really did put the boot in.
Well, she's not dead. That was only a manifestation of power.
She's no longer. She's decidedly not on this corporeal plane any longer.
At least not in this
There
area.
we go. That's what matters. Sort of spreads his arms a little bit to the orcs.
She's
Done.
looking you over, Ashwell. You're different. Something's changed.
He looks at her out of the corner of his eye, and that purple glow is a little bit more perpetual there. And he grins underneath the mask, so she can see it like lift a little bit. Pulls his hood just a tiny bit back, and the cloth behind it, so she can see the beginnings of pointed ears. Yeah, little's changed.
That's weird.
Yeah, no shit. The
What
coloration's a
happened?
bit odd too. And she can see like under his neck, he's got like, I kind of imagine sort of like a creeping, it's almost like a vitiligo kind of thing, but like I imagine like a softer like purple, like a darker like grayer purple kind of creeping up. Since I got more drow-like, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's kind of like almost like modeled a little bit coming up his neck. I'm thinking like Jadzia Dax from DS9, where she had like the little like modeling on that. I guess there's consequences to killing something like that. I got out pretty decent, I think. I don't know what everyone else went through, but
All of you seem different.
Want to see a magic trick, kid? Oh man.
I
I
can't.
can turn my parts inside out, if you know what I mean.
She's just looking at you.
I'm
You're
like,
wearing plate mail, and she says, "Nothing's changed."
see, my handsome masculine face has returned.
You look almost exactly the same.
My hair's shorter. Nice of you to notice. Guess I'll go back to being a woman.
What the fuck is going on here? Is she fucking with me? Do I need to stab this bitch?
no.
Stab you.
Look,
You're gonna stab me?
No matter what gender you are, nobody's gonna notice your haircut.
Alright, all of you calm down.
Sad truth.
by the way, was Was that +1 charisma added to my charisma?
It was added to mine.
Oh, I fucking totally added it to the wrong person's. Yep.
Eric, I
Okay.
demand a +1 to wisdom if I'm gonna be a monk.
That's fair.
Want
You
to be a
have 9
wise
charisma
boy.
now.
Yeah! One more till I don't have a negative. I'm doing it. Going for it, folks.
Once you become a full drow, then you'll get there.
Yeah. And then I'll have to deal with all the other problems of being a drow.
Not all of them. You don't live down in the Underdark, so that's good.
True. I just gotta deal with the politics that followed me up. Oof.
It's actually a pretty good time to be a drow in the Deloran Empire.
That's fair. Yeah, Whisper seems to be making it work pretty well right now.
Woden, if you don't stop trying to get food out of my trash, boy.
Pretty bunch of carrots that fell out of my sandwich. Normally he doesn't like vegetables, but I guess he was desperate enough for any scraps today.
Badass.
So Ashwell walks over towards
Puppy.
towards our friend, the Orcish chieftainess, I guess, and sort of just bends at the waist a little bit, a half bow. The deed's done. Village is cleansed.
She deeply bows to you. You have done great honor to me, Shade.
Thank you. They really helped immensely. In fact, they did most of the work. If it weren't for them.
Fawn's wringing his hands and his eyes are bulging like he's like he can't he's trying to force himself to ask where's our payment, but he can't. He just
Like eyes bulging like a fish out of water.
You ever see that meme of that guy sitting in class? He has like this giant fucking vein bulging in his
Yes!
head. That's Fawn
Yes!
right now.
Like he's holding in a cough.
Kira looks over and is trying to figure out what's wrong with them.
Something on your mind, Font?
Give me an insight check.
Help me. Kill me.
I think
I'm
he's
doing it
saying that he's never felt better in his life and that he loves his new self.
You are seeing that he is struggling with greed more than he ever has before. More than you've probably ever seen anyone struggle with greed before. But there is some supernatural force that is literally keeping the words crammed down his throat.
Damn.
Kira
I actually feel bad for him now.
Okay.
I don't.
He'll probably figure out a way to get rid of it eventually, so I'm gonna enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh god, we are a sitcom family. We're such a sitcom family.
Oh, we
No,
see
you'll get over it.
our party members suffering, and we're like, good, excellent.
It's just growing pains. It's fine.
Evil tag is on here, so it's okay.
Kira gives Vaunt a semi-sympathetic pat on the shoulder.
Ooh.
Well then, if you were willing, I would very much... I imagine maybe after a day's rest, I would very much appreciate if we could start clearing the village and getting it ready, if you'd be willing.
She nods, claps her
Thank you.
hands together, and shouts something in Orcish. A number of orcs come out of their homes, go here and there, start picking up axes. I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Bless you.
God bless you, wretched soul.
Gesund.
Excuse me. And they begin chopping down trees. They're going to need a lot of kindling. They're going to need to burn a lot of shit.
So, anyone ready to maybe divide up some loot? Takes out the giant pouch and sort of jangly jangle.
I would love to get some.
Fawn opens his mouth, but nothing comes out, and he just sits there.
I must scream for money, but I cannot.
No mouth. Yeah.
I have a task for you, Vaunt.
What?
Kira holds up the crown.
That looks
You take it.
interesting.
You take it in his gloved hands, and he's gonna go. He's gonna go to like walk out to the little camp he made for himself out here, just away from
Hey.
everyone.
Why are you walking off with that? Follow him.
He thinks you gave it to him.
Get back here!
Anytime he puts something in this man's hands, he thinks it is his now. Doesn't understand how property works.
So,
You two can handle the money. Kira has no desire to handle money.
all right. If that's the case, then Ashwell's going to go over here in the foothills with Whisper and the Hugger in tow, and just kind of like gently pat Hugger and just be like, "Go play with the kids. Keep the orcs busy. Let them have fun.
Like
Enjoy.
a puppy, he bounds off, tearing up the earth beneath him.
I trust you.
Be gentle."
I trust you, but I'm going to join you because Azarn wants to get her hands on her money before Vaunt comes back around.
That's
He
very
doesn't
fair.
realize his current affliction yet.
Once the affliction's over, he's gonna take what he's owed.
We'll see
Pound
about
of
that.
flesh. Literally. So, all right. Ashwell's going to do his best to divide it evenly 4 ways. When it comes to the coins, or not the coins, the gemstones, that's going to be interesting. Because we now
Nice.
have 12 emeralds. Jesus.
You can always
It is.
cash those.
They're liquid
It's
currency.
true. Yeah.
Pretty much.
And honestly, for the orcs helping, Ashwell does want to compensate the orcs with something.
Yeah.
So he's going to propose, at least for a part of his take, he's going to take at least one of the emeralds. Since I think it was 3 in the hall. There was 3 emeralds? It's 3 or 5.
It was
It's
like
a lot.
12.
There's 12.
Well, it's 12 total. That's like our whole. Oh no, that's the part. That's the parcel. Okay, so he's just gonna take like 1 emerald out and be like, I think this should go to the folks that are about to do a lot of work for us. So like put it in the middle of the pile, separated from everyone else's.
That's fair. That works.
1,000 gold.
Oh yeah, let's.
So we have black opals, star rubies, star sapphires, yellow sapphires. He looks at the rubies and looks up at Zarn. Vaunt could make good use of those, I'm sure.
You have
So-
to give them
Make
to him.
good use of a lot of things.
It's true, but I think this actually might be something he could use. He's going to push the rubies aside and into the pile of coin that's going to be his.
As long as I get my fair share, I don't really care what form it comes in.
It's fair. All right, split that bitch 4 ways, literally right down the middle.
Yep,
The
I did that with the
exception of 1
coins. The only thing is the I already took off the emerald, so it's up
Yeah.
to you guys to put them where you want, basically. So if I'm not mistaken, Zarn, you are gonna. I'm just gonna take care of Zarn's because that's the only one that I have control. So
Right.
that would be 1 black opal.
Okay.
3 emeralds, I believe.
Can I make some bejeweled brooches for my boys?
Definitely, if that's how you want to use stuff.
The prettiest boys.
1 regular opal and star ruby and a star sapphire, and then we go to the rest of you guys. Go ahead and take.
Okay. I'm just going to take 2 emeralds. Is there a way for me to take just like... No, not 8. Jesus Christ. And I closed the party inventory, son of a...
Just
One of these days
take
I'll-
these 8 and dip.
Yeah. Thankfully, no. Let's see. So it's... How do we divide it into less than that? Oh, Jesus.
It might just be.
Yeah, please do. I'll just take 2 emeralds. I'll take 1 of the opals, 1 of the yellow sapphires, and I'll take a star sapphire. And I think that's it. That's all he's taken.
Okay, that leaves Kira.
Kira isn't, again, really doesn't need money.
What do y'all
For
set aside
anything?
for, Kira?
so far a fourth of the coin.
I've already
the
taken care of the coin.
Right, the gemstones are still up in debate. I know I want to make sure that Vaunt gets an even share. I think that's only fair.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
No, I'm done with that.
Right.
I thought it sounded like he said I'm done with that. He
Oh,
doesn't
no.
get shit.
I'm done with giving him anything.
Ooh.
Distant screams of pain.
Ah!
We'll
What have I
give
become?
give Vaunt his fair share, but I was gonna say if Kira doesn't want just their share, perhaps that can just be used towards.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, literally, you can just take all of my loot and put it back in towards the keep.
Okay.
Say
Cause-
That's charity.
set aside.
That's what.
Yeah!
Woo!
Nice.
Ah!
So I assume that that's fair share. I think we've been dividing the emeralds 3 apiece, with the exception of Ashwell, who took 2, and then 1 for the orcs. So that would be 3 emeralds toward the keep, plus also I think we can divide like 2 other gemstones your way. That would leave 2 gemstones and 4 emeralds left for Vaunt, plus his portion of the coin. Plus we also have potions, which I don't mind leaving in the party inventory for now. I don't feel the need
Eric.
too much for it.
What's up, buddy?
With my forced asceticism, do I even get any benefits out of it?
Out of what, buddy?
Out of the asceticism, everybody else has a benefit to theirs. I'm just like, you have to be a good boy, or you get a downside.
No, you deserve it.
Give me a +1 to wisdom.
This is karma.
No, it's not. I've done
Yes, it
nothing
is.
wrong.
I've done
This is
nothing
like-
wrong, he
You-
says.
Your claim that you've done nothing wrong is the exact reason that you're getting this.
I'm associated with criminals. It's just bound to happen.
Oh no, I believe you. I believe that you haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, that's the way
I
to put
believe
it.
you're all wonderful, and I'm
I've
happy to
taken
be
my
with you.
fair share as the intellectual of the group.
Oh, of course. One extra intelligent.
It makes
Yeah.
a world of difference.
Yo, it's true.
I get to wear robes, you get to wear stupid armor.
Hey, I'm in shiny stuff. That makes me better than you. That's how Zarn would see it.
Jesus.
No.
So I
What do you mean, no? Give me a +1 to wisdom!
So there we go. So if that's the case, then the last things that should go, the rest of it all goes to, I figure, Vaunt. Because that would be the emeralds that he gets, the star ruby, and the yellow sapphire. In addition to the rubies we set aside because Vaunt actually could utilize those.
Say
If I'm
that's-
being given something, does that not break my asceticism?
No, it does not break your ascenticism.
Okay, thank God.
I will give you that +1 to wisdom.
Yes!
Nice.
What does he have?
I want to be a monk.
At least it'll improve any saves you might have. Just a little bit.
You
Well,
now
it's
have
gonna
16
take-
wisdom.
Thank you. I'm gonna take fucking 12 levels in monk for the rest of the campaign.
Way of the fit. I would love the idea of Vaunt, just like next time we see him, way of the open palm, death strike, just kills the guy, makes his heart explode. You're like, holy shit, where do you learn that?
Oh, Mushinu.
I'm just that smart.
I'm
I
just
spent
that
the past
smart.
3
I
years
taught
writing
myself
these
martial
scrolls.
arts.
I taught myself kung fu.
I'm self-taught.
Vaught's fucking ripped by the end of the campaign.
I am my own sensei.
God said that he'd teach me karate.
Now this is what it means to go even further beyond.
Beyond- yeah. Oh god.
He learned it from the Oro boss.
You learned it.
Yeah, no, I'm like a JoJo character. I got a Orba stand.
You gotta stand. Oh my god.
Dun-dun-dun,
Oh.
dun-dun-dun-dun. Every time you went into the room, just like
You approached me.
Yeah.
I can't
It
beat
was
the
really
shit out of
me,
you from standing.
Yeah. Oh god.
I hate it.
How many anime references can we make in 5 minutes of this segment?
You're
Oh,
all weebs.
yeah.
Well, folks, we're about to get into a good portion of downtime. Before we do that, we're gonna take a quick break. Cool?
Heck
Cool.
yes.
Don't go anywhere, anybody. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10, and we will return with more Covet Syndicate. to Mark. Welcome back, everyone. Thank y'all so much for waiting. So, very patiently, we certainly do appreciate y'all. As we come back in to our party, folks, you tell me. Y'all just came out of that 56,000 gold pieces richer. You have a mission in front of you with no clear, determinate timeline. I will tell you. I will tell you this: the clock is always ticking. But how much downtime do you guys feel like taking? I mean, you don't have to decide that now. You can kind of just take it as it comes and see how that plays out. But I'm really kind of giving it up to you guys for this session. Y'all just accomplished a fucking lot. That was a pretty nice arc there. That was like the last 6 sessions. So. What do y'all want to do?
We're leveling up.
You already did that recently, actually.
But we should do it again.
Yes.
Nah, sorry.
You just want to take a level in Monk.
Yeah, he does.
No, I need to get to 9th level so I can take a teleportation circle.
That's fair.
Oh yeah.
That is
That
something
would
we
be
can work
hyper
towards.
helpful.
Yeah. That is something we can work towards. At the moment, I know for a fact that Azrael wants to see this place done. So...
Can we go grind dungeons for XP to get to level 9?
No,
if
I'm
you
sorry.
kill wild boars at a rate of 1 every second, you will eventually hit that
there
level.
should be wild boars out here in the woods. We should go farm those.
What are you talking about? You're a necromancer. You could literally just go to a graveyard and raise them minions for
You're
your
right.
fucking homies to just slaughter every day and hey, don't fight back, and they're gonna oh, but kind of fight back, deal non-lethal damage, and then there's no, it's just a grind. It's basically Minecraft. Now we're playing Minecraft.
But then I would have to forfeit my boys.
I'm just kidding.
And I don't want to do that.
Also, that
I will,
wouldn't work.
however. I will,
D&D
however.
Minecraft server 1.
I will, however, have put my boys to work helping do manual labor, like hauling logs and what have you.
Very good.
Okay. So, go ahead.
I was just gonna suggest we look at how long it'll take to upgrade
Yeah.
time on it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
definitely.
We can.
Wonderful idea, Natalie. It's almost like you've done this before. So
Smart.
normally it costs 10,000 gold to build a keep. You, however, have ruins, which means you get to cut that in half. So it's going to be 5,000 gold, and instead of taking 150 days, it is going to take 75 days.
Okay.
That's from 0 to 1st level. That's 2 months and 5 days.
All right. That's not too bad.
2 months and
So-
2 weeks. I'm bad at math.
That's good.
Start
So
with-
about 3 months. 2.5. So let's see. I'm gonna start doodling because I want to doodle a sketch of this place. Because I'm a dork. But so let's see. Level 1 fort.
You could go further beyond if you so chose. You have ample funds.
It's true. I'm gonna. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
No. I literally have nothing to say. I'm saying because I'm filling in the spots where there should be thought, but there isn't, so there's only speech.
Wonderful. Then I will say, about a week after you have cleared out that ruined keep and have kind of begun taking it back over for yourselves, the town has mostly been razed, the ground scorched, everything there that was living has been purified in one way or another. How are each of you individually helping? I know that Kira said that they are having the boys do manual labor. What else are you doing, Kira?
Let me check my character sheet and see what I can do. Kira is pretty strong, so they can also help move things. Are we doing the building ourselves, or is this implied that we have hired some people to come in and help us with the
So the orcs themselves would be probably doing a lot of the manual labor as they promised that they would. You would need to probably hire and bring in an architect, fresh materials, all that stuff, and that is what the 5,000 gold piece is all ambiguously going towards.
Gotcha. Okay, in that sense, in that case, Kira will be playing camp mom and like healing boo-boos and cooking food.
Nice.
Wonderful.
And let me check my spells and see what I can do. Probably like cycling through their spells and like doing what they can to help people with I'm a cleric, so I don't really have anything like in the way of like fabricate to help with stuff, but I can help with things like enhance ability
Mhm.
or like
Okay.
locate object, or like basically just using their magics to make things go a bit smoother, and also make the orcs like us more, so maybe they stick around.
Fantastic. Okay, sick.
Oh, I'm
Vaughn?
cooking food. I'm making food.
Nice. Vaughn, what are you doing during this last like week?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna identify that crown. That only takes me 10 minutes, so.
Very good. So it's still on your character sheet. I will go ahead and identify that for you now. Boop. If you would like, you could read that out to the crowd. Vaughn, you're the one casting the spell. I'll let you make that decision if you would like, or Kira can.
Sure, boss, I can read it. Let's see here. The circlet allows its wearer to act as a nexus for unlife.
Sick.
I wonder who this should be used by. Anytime an undead under your control within 60 feet and within your line of sight takes damage, you may, as a reaction, perform one of the following. Prolong the horde. Distribute the damage in equal measure amongst the undead you control. Empower the undead. Grant resistance to the target undead you control until the start of your next turn, and grant advantage on the next attack roll, or undead transference. Negate the damage of the undead you control and take it instead. Doing so ends the following conditions on you: poisoned, petrified, blinded, deafened, frightened, paralyzed. Requires attunement by an evil cleric.
There you
That's
go.
pretty sick.
Custom
Woo!
loot. I love making magic items.
Thank you, Derek.
You're welcome.
The bone crown.
I look forward to getting to use this.
The crown bone.
Mine. I am gonna. There is one thing in specific I would like to do. I am gonna go be a grave robber, and I'm gonna go look through that graveyard, particularly through like the rich people's mausoleums, and see if I can't find any effigies or sort of like burial items to use for divination. Something
me-
expensive I could use for divination.
A perception check.
Perception. Do.
I would say that it takes you a while, but after maybe about an hour or so, you find what you're looking for.
Okay. I'll say it's like a silver-plated urn or something like that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use that to cast divination and get in contact either with Mom or with her stepson, Viselad.
Yeah, no problem.
And we don't have to roleplay this. I just have like some questions that I wanted to ask. Let me see. I have a single question. a specific goal, event, or activity. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask the question because there was one thing I was requested to do. And I'm just gonna ask, since I'm not really very familiar with this plane in this area, is this an ideal location in which to set up a temple? Or would I be wasting my time and money?
Yes.
Yes, this is an ideal location.
Yes. This is an ideal
Okay.
location.
That is going to be my pet project then, is setting up a temple to Persephone.
Fantastic.
Then.
So that is going to require a bit of gold. Now you can have this done simultaneously to the keep being built.
Okay.
A temple costs 8,000 gold.
Woo! Okay. How much money do we have?
On your inventory, it should say, if you scroll down to the bottom, you have 7,800 and 7,800 gold in just gold, without even talking about your gemstones.
Okay.
Or the platinum either.
That was counting the platinum.
Oh, it was.
That was what I was doing the math in my head.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. 7,800 gold. Okay, then I will I will use my share of the loot, including a gemstone or just whatever combination that leaves me with like maybe a little bit of change for buying essentials, to construct the temple to Persephone, as was my mission while I was here.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll just take an emerald from that, and the platinum, and we will take the gold that we'll leave with 850 gold. Oh fuck, I took too long. 850. And your gemstones remaining.
Cool. Okay.
Fantastic.
Temple constructed.
So, I need to know, who do you go about seeking to construct this temple? Is it something that you have no problem with anybody doing? Are you reaching out specifically to any people? Like maybe just to... Not telling you what to do, just telling you that there are options. If you wanted to, for instance, take some of the Drow refugees that are leaving the Underdark because of the war down there.
Yeah, I will definitely take Drow refugees to the temple and like let them stay there and work there and use that as a home and what have you. I don't want just anybody building the temple, if that was the question.
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah. I will. Okay, then I will recruit some Drow refugees and adjacent people to help build the temple, and then when they're done building the temple, they can live there and work there. I'm also gonna make some little altar boy outfits for my zombies.
I love that.
That's fucking sick. Can you please tell me what those look like?
Just some black robes with hoods, so they just look like regular patrons of the temple, and then lo and behold, they're actually zombies just chilling.
Zamboos.
That's some
Attack of the
Resident
zombie bugbears.
Evil shit, dude. That is awesome. Dresses the boys.
I'll be happy to go into more detail to it later, but I know I'm taking up a lot of time, so...
Oh, you're good.
What?
Everybody's gonna get plenty of time tonight.
Yeah, you good.
Well, I'll wait my turn for next time. I'll probably think of more stuff.
Cool. Okay. Vaunt, I believe that you were going next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. I'd like to upgrade my wizard tower, but I'm quite a ways away to do that.
You could go ahead of the party if you felt like it. You could charter a ship back at Mother and just go straight to Talia's Promise and go to Blackwood.
That's probably what he's going to do. And then he can just sort of like come back. That being said, he doesn't want anything to do with this place, and he made it pretty clear that he didn't want anything to do with this place. So it's not like he's abandoning people. So
Right.
not like he'd care even if he was. But
Not like I care or anything, Baka.
Baka!
A dreadlord approaches their way.
Oh,
God.
Jihan advantage to good boy Vaunt.
Oh,
Aw.
good boy, Vaunt. And well, don't worry, this is only a temporary arc.
You get the good boy perks now, Red.
The good boy perks. Yeah, like. Never mind. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go talk to Betradalis. I'm gonna explain to him the situation. Be like, okay, I got a lot of fucking money. We're gonna put some more into the tower. Kind of hire workers. Just chill.
But this is my tower. You're
It's
going to let
our-
strangers in and fiddle with my things. How do I know they won't move them? And then I'll have to look for them. And I don't have the best memory these days, Vaughn.
No, he'd call you Vance.
Vance.
Vance. What gave it away?
This good boy alter ego, Vance.
Vance.
No, he literally was just getting through saying that he doesn't have a good memory.
I know. I'm just think.
Okay. We need to make the tower bigger for research and arcane studies. Need to have more room for tomes in the library and whatnot. And of course, on the occasion that we have somebody stop by, I would like adequate living arrangements for them.
He picks his nose by sticking his whole finger in his nasal cavity and just like kind of squishes it around in there. Like pulls it out and just kind of looks at it while you're talking.
Eccentric. Okay. I don't know what to do with that specific information. Okay. Well, he's just gonna be like, I'm going to do this. Nobody's going to bother your things. We're just going to rebuild what's been broken.
I still remember how to make glyphs of warding. I'll put one on everything just to be safe.
No. Nobody's going to take anything. Nobody needs to explode a fiery death.
He's got like a book in his hand that's just like flown off the shelf, and he's just like burning
Glyph
the
of
mark
warding
into
on
it
it
with his finger.
Glyph of warding on every single book and vial.
It floats back to the shelf, and the next one comes out, and he just begins doing that one too, like looking at
I'll
you
make
just deadpan.
I'll make it to if one goes off, all of them go off.
If I can't have the tower, no one will.
If they even so much as look at my things.
They
Vinny,
won't.
I will smite them all.
They don't care, I promise.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit better than Orb of Annihilation in the tower.
They're being paid far too much to care about taking your things, which are not probably worth much to them because they are the simple common rabble. So
You mean they won't want this book about a pony that I saw one time?
probably not.
Just to be safe.
He puts it on there.
Okay. Keep it out of reach, please. I don't want anybody accidentally getting their hands on that. If you wouldn't mind.
Very well.
I'm gonna look at my strongholds and followers real quick.
Yeah, to take a. Boop. I can just drop that in there for you guys. I'm sorry, I didn't think about doing that earlier. To take a tower from first to second level, 3,000 gold, and it takes 40 days.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do that. How much gold did you say it was? It was
3,000.
3,000. Okay. Yep. I'll just go ahead and expend the 3,000 gold.
Okay.
Which I have a bunch of platinum pieces, so let's just do 300 platinum pieces. Make it easy.
Sounds good.
Or PP for short.
PP.
Oh my god.
Got plenty of PP.
Plenty of it.
God damn you.
All I heard was your PP short.
I'm not
Damn.
sure PP.
Damn.
How old are you?
I forgot.
I forgot. Are you going to upgrade it to level 2 or 3 or?
From 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3.
From 2 to 3 would be an additional 6,000 gold.
So 9,000.
Yep.
Do I have that much? I do, technically. If I wanted to get rid of that ring.
You would need to find a buyer.
Which would take me another week.
Yep. You have plenty of time.
During this week, I will secure the second level.
Okay.
And then during my next week of downtime, I'll see if I can find a buyer, and then I could probably secure the level 3 upgrades. That's what I'll
Wonderful.
do.
Go ahead and roll an investigation for selling that ring.
Yes. Well, oh well. Money. There.
You find someone willing to pay you the full price for the ring. It's a professor from the Mages College. He is actually just earned his tenureship after 200 years, and he is going to treat himself. He heard through the grapevine that you're looking to get rid of this magic item, and he comes to meet with you at a location of your choosing and offers you the full price.
In the full price?
Let's take a look.
Is it 50,000?
It's something phenomenal.
Ring of Shooting Spark.
Because the problem is, Vaughn can't negotiate for more, because if he does, I'm going to get a -2 to all my arrows.
Only if you use it for yourself. There's nothing
50,000
wrong with-
gold.
Yes! Yes! Oh. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you all in therapy.
Let's give
Oh.
Bont his
I'm
fair
so-
share, we said.
Yes!
He's earned it, we said.
We still don't know about his ring.
I know.
Oh!
Also, in fairness, I'm okay with him having access to this. Not that that matters at all.
All right. What's the catch?
You don't know.
Whatever. I got 50,000 gold. Let's go in the coffee. Goodbye, stupid ring. I don't care about.
Roll an insight check.
Oh no. Well, if he's got all this money, I don't really care where it came from.
Or stole it from the queen.
Oh, I have a question. I meant to ask this earlier. Would my would my divination question in building the temple trigger any of my 7 virtues?
Can I think about that for a minute and get back to you?
Yes. No, I need to know right now.
I can't remember what they all are off the top of my head.
I made a list with definitions. I'll send them to you.
Okay. You could also list them off now. That would be.
Justice, fortitude, wisdom, prudence, courage, and temperance are the ones I have left.
I would say it is, it's prudence because you checked with Persephone before you did it.
Yes. Yay.
It's fortitude because you are investing in your own strength.
Okay, so it triggers 2.
Triggers 2.
Fantastic, thank you.
Nice.
Now, Vaunt, you make the deal with this person. And when you take this immensely complex ruby the size of your fist from this person, you get a whiff like sulfur wafting your nostrils. And when you take the ruby, you see that his hands are backwards.
Oh.
We got a rack shot.
It's a pleasure doing business with you.
And as the disguise fades, for a moment you can see the sharp-dressed man before revealing his true self and nature of this Rakshasa.
You know, Mephistopheles would be very happy to have one such as yourself as a contact point.
The icon of sin was far too easy to... We sent an Orthon while I distracted you. Front. Spend it in good health. And with that, he's gone. He disappears into a cloud of smoke.
Did he just... What did he just give me?
You want to do an Arcana check on that?
I can identify. See what it is.
Some sort of devil curse?
He gave me a cool big old ruby thingy.
You didn't just do it for money, Red. You did it for a shitload of money.
Hell yeah, baby. I'm on that grind set. Next stop, one of the moons.
You take this ruby back to your tower, and while you secret it away to do your ritual of identification, you come to terms with the fact that this is a segment of the Ruby Throne in Hell. The seventh layer of Hell, Asmodeus' throne.
That's bougie.
Literally the crown jewels of a demon.
I can't think of anything worth more than 50,000. So, cool. I'm gonna keep it in my hoard. I'm gonna hide it away so nobody knows that I have it.
For those of you who don't know,
Meanwhile,
the Ruby Throne is like the size of like the moon or some shit. It's fucking huge. Maybe not the moon, but it's fucking huge.
it's no moon.
No moon. It's not that big.
No.
It's just really fucking. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
There you
It's
go.
a Corn's throne of skulls. It's not really a throne so much as a landscape feature that you can sit on.
Everybody's gonna come back and see like all this like very immense construction of this tower going on, and Vaughn, it's just like, Vaughn, where'd you get all this money? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I found it. He's technically not lying when he said he found it.
At least it wasn't a you can't lie curse. Because then it'd be I extorted it. What?
It was just laying there on the ground and I picked it up.
I conned you guys out of 50,000 gold.
What do you
He didn't
know?
con you. He didn't con you.
He stole it.
He outwitted you. By
Shut up.
stealing it. So yeah,
He was contributing to the group's health by keeping us sharp. Obviously. God.
So, how much would it take to expedite the construction of the tower from 2 to 3, or would it just go from 1 to 3 since I'm paying the entire load?
You can just pay the entire amount now. It's going to take the same amount of time. It's written into the rules that there is no expedite process. You can only have so many people working on something and it actually be productive.
Okay, I understand. Whoops. I'm max encumbered. So I should be down to 243 platinum.
Okay.
And I have the...
Oh no, down to 243 platinum.
Yeah, we're hurting a little bit on the financial department.
Poor, and I mean literally poor thing.
Juan's gonna be out on the street with a little tin cup.
Practically and destitute right now.
Alms for the poor.
Better check and see if they have any spare rooms at the poorhouse.
That's a genius idea. Could you imagine like a charlatan that just gets a bunch of like beggars together and like they have this entire racket and they have all this fucking... That's genius. That's next up. Actually,
Nick.
you know what, Ashwell, you can have that one.
Well, you can think about how you want to spend the rest of your gold, and we will go to. I guess we'll just go to Zarn and then go down to Ashwell because we're.
How would I liquidate this ruby? That's the question.
It just put an eBay listing out. Honkin' Big Ruby.
Honkin' Big Ruby. No, it's on Craigslist.
You would need something substantial enough that would require breaking a 50,000 gold piece with currency.
Take it to a really, really bougie jeweler to cut it down.
Cut it smaller.
Yeah, you couldn't do that here. You'd have to go to like the Isle of Seer for that, the capital.
Actually, Font might be able to do something about it. I don't know if he has jewel crafters tools or something, but anyway.
Maybe you could find someone. Maybe if you can't cut it down, you can get its equivalent weight in other gems. What if you, instead of having someone cut it down, you literally just go like, "Hey, 50,000 gold worth of rubies, plural, not singular, not like bowling ball sized ruby, like smaller liquid rubies."
I'm gonna have to do some underhanded shit because there's no way that this thing isn't going to be attempted to be stolen if somebody finds out about it.
Oh, 100%.
I'm fucking rich.
So, Zarn.
We're gonna need some people to look after our keep. Go back to go recruiting again.
I don't know why I thought for a second you were gonna say Darwin. You need some people to look after Darwin.
He's quite a handful. It takes a village to raise a Darwin.
So, where do you go recruiting?
Go recruit some of the people from that town.
So you're talking about going back to Mother?
They didn't tell me not to come back.
I'm not saying you can't go back. I'm saying you're going to go try to recruit there.
I mean, they seem to be free people. They want to have a different job.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm not going to try and recruit their, like, play people or their own person. Strong civilians with lots of muscles.
Got it. Okay.
You're gonna get burned at the stake, or more like burned at the snake.
Smited to death by the metal angel.
Burned at the snake.
No, that was my problem, not yours.
So you, absolutely, yeah, you ask some of the orcs, called Ma. I assume is probably the one that you would want to talk to. She says,
"You have defeated the evil that dwelled with."
Yes, me personally, I did that.
All by myself.
Oh, those other guys really are just kind of there to cheer me on.
We would learn.
Best at what I do.
We will stay.
Training commence.
Yeah, in what little off time the orcs have, they start learning, I mean, they obviously know how to fight for the most part, but they start, like, learning drills and a little bit more organization and unit cohesion. They learn a bit more strategy in so far as, like, pushing together and forming, like, units that would be able to hold lines instead of just, like, sprinting into their enemies and just trying to fucking viciously kill them with axes and stuff. So yeah, they begin the arduous and long training process in their downtime when they're not helping build. The keep has them very tired.
Zarn is in a hammock with a martini, watching them do their drills.
I see them getting off their day job, just completely exhausted. They come up to me and I'm like, alright, drop and give me 50. I try and go easy on them. I need them to keep up their strength.
Fantastic. Okay. And you said you wanted to go to Mother to try and recruit there. Alright, so how do you go about doing that?
Guess I will, if it's okay, to post this.
Who do you ask?
Go back to the.
Okay.
There. Might as well go to the head because if I end up asking the wrong person, they're not gonna be happy about it. Oh, so and so gave you permission? They're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, no problem. So Ibel meets with you again. And, as she is kind of asking you about how your mission went, you get the impression... Actually, give me an insight check to see if you can pick up on this. Yeah, you pick up that she's trying to read if you have any sort of demonic corruption about you. She seems satisfied after hearing your side of the story. And she says, you wish to recruit from our stock.
I mean, no. Just a couple bodies. People that aren't of any particular use to you all, but shaped and molded to help keep all of our land safe.
The Forge Mother has use for all. I would say no, you may not recruit from our stock.
Neighborly of you, but I respect the decision. And perhaps there's another town you can point me in the direction. Less useful to you?
Anywhere that's not here.
Cool. So that's where I'll go then.
Wonderful.
Work out very well. Guess I will be trying to find the next nearest town. Not Mother.
I feel like that would either be the capital or Talia's Promise.
Sound promising. I'll go back to Black people and bring them back with.
Alright, so you begin the long and tenuous journey back. You begin going around and recruiting the only way that you know how. What would you like to roll to represent a success or failure metric in that? That sounds reasonable to me.
Not very persuasive. You need job, maybe? Yes? No?
So
I
it takes
pay good?
it takes you a good week of about asking around. looking for individuals that are looking for work. But finally, you find some folks that looks like they just got fired from a job that went south working for Blackwood Company.
Mhm. Hey, you. How'd you like to be your own boss?
Oh god. Multi-level marketing the campaign.
The human male that you're talking to looks you up and down and goes, "Me?
Yeah,
I-
you.
I could be my own boss? Tell me more."
Sure, why not? With enough hard work and dedication. See, I'm gonna recruit you, and then you're gonna go and recruit 5 more people. And once you've recruited those 5 more people, I'll give you 5 gold.
You're gonna give me 5 gold for just finding 5 more people?
Yeah. No, and you bring them back here, and then you all have other jobs that you'll do.
But where do you get the gold from?
That's none of your concern. Never ask a lady where she gets her gold from. Rude.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were a lady behind all that plate mail.
Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's really good money. I'm out of a job right now. I could really use 5 gold.
Right, well, get to step in, but make sure they're good able bodies who fight or lift things. Or
How
at
do I
least-
know when I have enough people?
I just need the 5. If you lot go get 5 more, then got a good amount.
25?
Sure.
Okay. I bet I could go get 24 more people.
That's how I invented multi-level marketing.
Oh god. We really
Alright.
are the most evil campaign. It's already.
We are inventing things here. Kira invented sangria. Zorn invented multi-level marketing. Pretty soon you'll be opening up a Mary Kay franchise.
Just
As
wait.
long as no one starts selling goop, we'll be good.
Next is a grand scheme of setting up telephones throughout the land so we can start cold calling people.
Oh god.
Please no. Okay, so let's see. That's gonna be 25 people times 5 is 125.
We'll get them through their sending stones. You just feel your stone vibrate. It's just like, are you interested in a new job?
She's having way too much fun over here.
No.
This is your carriage dealership calling. Your warranty has just expired. Please bring it. I don't own a horse and carriage. Throw it off the cliff. Throw it over the castle wall.
Yeah, I've been
Next-
playing for like 8 hours straight, counting our earlier campaign, so I've got
We'll
a
get
little
killed
bit
by
silly.
dogs. We'll get killed by good deities just for being annoying if we do that.
You hire on another unit. So you are at the capacity for what your keep can hold now.
Come on, boys. Back to Mushroom Land.
Okay. Omni.
Alright. So I've been thinking about this. We have our keep. It can hold a total of how many units? Just 1, right?
2.
2. Okay. We have 1 unit of orcs. We have the unit that Zarn just recruited from Blackwood.
Yeah.
So, first off, I can say that the first portion of this, Ashwell is going to be there supervising the keep's construction, or reconstruction in the grounds. So I've actually been sitting here dueling a little bit, and
Oh, nice.
nothing too extreme. I liked keeping some of the designs of the original fortress. So I like the idea of it being a 4-pointed fortress, especially since it's right up against the water. So he kept the keep building in the back. He kept the towers on all sides, but he's kind of expanded them a little more, so they have more crossfire capacity. I'll show you drawings later. The little area over here to this side, I can't ping it. Oh wait, no, I can. Aha! Right here, where that little thing is pointing. There's a couple of ruins in there that seem like they were at one point like a village or like some sort of little township or part of the township. And there's another set of them on the other side as well. I figure whenever we're talking about building stuff, whether I imagine your temple or something like that, as an example, we actually have a bunch of these abandoned keep structures here. we could easily refurbish and use, or like tower structures, we could easily refurbish and use for that. So that's kind of the first part. He's been sitting there for the first, I'd say, week with the orcs, and also he would have sent Whisper back to gather at least half of the flock. And while they're there, he'd ask Whisper if they'd be willing to go and recruit. Same way he recruited them, they're now going to recruit themselves.
Multi-level marketing.
It's catching on.
I'm renaming the episode to MLM. I'm just kidding.
Oh god, that's the name of our real syndicate. It's
The gang invents scamming people.
However, Ashwell's not going to say do it for just pure coin. Ashwell's going to basically be like, you're going to get them to join us because I want you to solely the impoverished and those who are living on the streets. He wants those who have nothing, and he wants to give them something. In exchange, he promises them food, shelter, and training so they can make their own living. They will be training both as rogues and also, for some of them, as fighters. And if he needs to, we will expand the keep for
you will need to do that. Yeah, you will absolutely have to do that.
So let's see.
Ashwell's making a cult, taking in the disenfranchised and desperate, and making them dependent on him.
100%. I'm not even going to deny it, at least a little bit.
Now we need to get sugar and invent Kool-Aid.
So how much coin is it going to take to make this thing level 2?
Let's pull up our handy dandy Strongholds and Followers reference manual. I think I dropped it into the chat earlier, actually. Yeah, it's in the chat. You can just get that.
I'm actually have it open right now.
So from keep level 2 to 3, or excuse me, 1 to 2, would be an additional 5,000 gold and would take an additional 50 days.
Okay, that's fair. So an additional 5,000 gold. That would be worth it, I think. Let's see. How much gold do I have right now? I see I have 1,738, plus all those plus all those gemstones as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
you have a bunch of platinum too.
That is true. I do have a bunch of platinum.
5,000 gold worth of platinum.
Yeah.
The first.
Oh, I might not have subtracted that yet, did I?
Well, I'm asking, like, are we all splitting the cost? Did you?
I mean, I didn't pay for the first build yet. None of us paid for the first build.
So we need to resolve that now.
Yeah, because I think we agreed we were going to go in evensies on the keep.
Yep.
So
that's what I remember.
Yeah, because I definitely know Ashwell at least wants one regiment of his, of basically his flock, starting here. So if that's the case, then we could either.
So 10,000 gold total is what we're looking at. I could take 500 platinum from both of your character sheets.
Right, that's fair.
I also forfeited all my share from the first loot chest that I was involved with.
That's fair.
So
okay. So
we could probably take it from the.
That's all been accounted for at this.
Okay.
Okay. So if that's the case, then we can. Let's see. How much does the should have the opal here? The star sapphire.
Everything's 1,000. Every gemstone is worth 1,000 gold. Yep.
Okay, that's sick. So that's the case then, and then I have the 2 emeralds. That can easily get me well over 5,000.
Yep. That's liquid currency, my guy.
100%. Sick. So we'll do that. I'll dump 5,000 of it myself in, if you're willing to match me, Zarn, and also Kira as well.
Here's Temple. They're taken care of independently, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Is it actually on site here as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sick. Nice.
Just so
you're all
everyone knows,
welcome to come by.
You are all welcome to come by. That is
if you convert.
Yeah, that is Kira's temple.
Nice.
So Kira is the way that temples work is, I mean, everybody gets the passive benefits that temples give, which are plethora. They are many. And we're going to get into what each individual stronghold benefits in just a little bit, but the stuff that really makes the temple cool is...
I can't wait. I also don't have the Strongholds and Followers book.
I have a PDF that I can send you.
It's in my Google Drive, which is should be posted into resources.
Yeah. That's right. Got it.
It is not posted into resources. I will post it now.
Nice.
It was, and then we moved to Discord. Aha.
Nice. So, Zarn, if that's the case, then you're 50-50?
Yeah. I'm gonna need somewhere to house my men, so without paying.
Fair enough. We work together on this one then. So high five. So that's 5,000 from each of us. I will liquidate all my gemstones for this because I only have.
You
I
should
actually
be able
don't
to
have that.
delete them yourself by just right-clicking on them and then deleting them. I'm going to trust you to go ahead and do that because I am
Alright.
trying to do a lot of things right now.
It's fair. Since
Well, it's
Yes.
Zarn's barn.
All right, Elise,
Even
it
though it's
is.
not
that's a working title.
The
It is
Barn
in
of
the
Zarn.
resources.
Okay, I
That belongs
shall
to Zarn.
pull it up. Here we go.
Well, nice. I don't even need to dip into my gold for that. I can literally take that all out of gemstones. Sick.
But Elise, also the entire book is indexed and referenced in Fantasy Grounds. If you want, it is actually probably a bit easier to navigate on that. Your call.
Okay, where do I find it in Fantasy Grounds?
Okay.
I'm gonna just drag the reference manual. There you go.
Okay.
The whole ass reference manual.
Is there somewhere like I can pin this where I can find it later, or?
So, do you know where those little numbers are down at the bottom?
Yes.
Those are trays, and if you want, you can drop the little
Oh.
dot in there, and it's like easy access, and you can use that whenever, dude. It's individual for
Sweet.
everybody. Everybody's
Sweet,
got.
sweet.
And if you hold Shift, that's another one. If you hold Control, that's another one. If you hold Alt, that's another one. If any combination of those are another one, you have a lot of fucking trays.
Oh, damn. Sweet. Okay.
And
nice.
then Zarn, I need to subtract. How are you want to split this up? Do you want to get rid of your gems, or do you want to get rid of your platinum,
I
or
have half and half.
that's not going to function because platinum and gems.
Like
Would you like 2 and 3?
2,000 platinum, 1,000 the queen.
Okay, and your star ruby, star sapphire, and
Stands one, two.
other star. You had 2 star sapphires. Okay.
Okay.
You just
I
had
don't
one
know.
sitting in there. All right. Yep, probably so. Oh, I think that was from the fucking troll. You have spent the requisite amount of gold to take this keep to level 2. So I'm gonna put that note up at the top. Covet Syndicate keep. Level 2. It's going to take a lot of time. How many days is that? Build it. 75 plus 50. 125 days, so just 25 days shy of what it would take to construct a fresh keep.
Sick. That works for me. So while Ashwell, I figure how this works is Ashwell would have been spending the first couple weeks there with pen, paper, beginning to sketch out what he thinks is the most defensible options. He knows he's not an architect, but at least something to get the architect something to work with. When he does, he would give Whisper the 5 gemstones and Hugger, and tell Hugger to listen, be a good boy, follow Whisper's instructions, and tell Whisper to go back to Blackwood, get the best best architect that'll buy, and raise that workforce from, again, the poor, the destitute. Those who are building this keep will eventually be part of the flock. They will be part of the group. This will be just rank 2, basically. And he will, as he's having them sort of raise those forces up, he's going to be back there with the orcs helping coordinate construction. He'll do everything he can to assist. He's got a fair bit of physical muscle, so he would be helping to clear rubble, the stone, saw wood, the whole shebang. Once that begins to be established, he's going to begin to sort of walk around and see what could be useful. And so I figure the ruins that aren't actually like castle structures, he would use those to help be training grounds for us to raise and train our troops within. It makes sense for us to train them for combat, since after all we live in a city. And so why not leave some of the ruins there to help train them? As he does this, I figure the second level of this, quote unquote, he wouldn't make it go vertical up. He would make it go down, and that would be where his part of the keep would be. So he'd have the underground section, the upper ground section to Zarn and her troops, if that makes sense.
Okay, so basically the top level is going to be all that, and then just are you saying that you want to add an additional bottom level, like, into the mountain?
Kind of, yeah. Like, if this place already has, like, lower levels, like, I imagine this place would have to have, like, some kind of, not necessarily cistern level, because that would be just for water, but, like, not necessarily even a dungeon level, but, like, an underground subterranean level. He would take those levels up. He would take the lower parts of the keep and leave the shiny, pretty parts for Zarn and all of Zarn's cool troops.
So we have the penthouse.
There is already a lower level. That was
Perfect.
where you guys were at when you were fighting the thing.
Perfect. If anything, then Ash will be spending the coin for the second level of the fortress or the keep to expand that into a more significant complex. So he does want his flock to be trained and to be skilled both as assassins and spies. So he's kind of multi-classing a little bit here with that. And he wants that away from prying eyes. So all that down there is going to be his personal work, but he'll definitely help with the rest of the structure as well. I know eventually he would want to go back to Blackwater himself, and he would probably want to set up a boat, like set up a deal perhaps with local captains or a local captain to do transit back and forth, so we don't need to go anywhere else.
Since it looks like this,
that's fine. We'll buy a boat because it looks like there's this place has right on the water access. So if we could just go back and forth to Blackwood from here...
Oh, no.
No.
These rapids are way too fast. Any boats that come down here get sucked down into the Great Crag, like miles down below the Earth's surface.
Scratch that. That's too hard. I imagine that'd be like the first minute of like, we can launch boats from here. Kicks a piece of driftwood, watches it disappear into the waves. Nope, that's not going to happen.
I wonder why we haven't seen any boats. Oh,
yeah.
That's why.
I mean, that makes me actually happier that we don't have to worry about people attacking us from the sea. At least less likely.
Yeah.
All right. If that's the case, then it would just largely be Ashwell going back to select which of his apprentices he's going to take over here to the new keep.
Fantastic. All right. So, starting at buying a boat.
Well, I'm not going to buy a boat if I can't.
I mean, buying off a boat. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like you're not literally outright purchasing a boat. You can if you want to, but I mean, like just basically like chartering. That's the right word. Chartering a boat.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, I've had a long day at evening.
You're good, Chief.
Yeah, you make your way back to Mother, where you feel eyes watching you the entire time.
He would not go back to Mother. He would ride all the way back to Blackwood. Fuck
That's
that
fair. Okay, so do you you just take one of the horses and ride quick, or what?
Yeah, if I figured that would be the case, yeah. As quickly, as swiftly as he could. Back and
You gonna ask Kira if you can take one of their horses?
If you know what, he'll buy his own. We'll do that. He'll buy his own. I have enough gold to be like, can I just have a swift horse? I'll dunk gold on your counter. That'd be the one thing he stops in Mother.
50 gold, I believe, is a draft horse. A riding horse is 75.
I'll take a riding horse.
75.
That works for me. Okay. They can have it out of my 1,738. I'm not going to pretend to do that math right now.
Oh, I use a calculator too. Don't even stress
exactly.
it. Sometimes I do it in my head
no.
because I'm too lazy to pull up the calculator, actually, is the truth of it.
No, I feel you on that. I still remember the first lesson I learned from my engineering professor, which was, if you're making something that is going to be bearing the weight of thousands of people, why the fuck would you trust that to the thinking flesh in your skull and not a calculator?
Megatron.
Which, that's fair. Okay, so I got that. It's been deducted already. He'll go and he'll buy the swiftest horse he could for that coin, pay them immediately, and then immediately set off riding. He wouldn't stop as much as he could beyond like what he needs to not be. I think what would be the word.
You ride like the wind.
Pretty much, just not to the degree he's going to be exhausted by the time he gets there. So
make the trip in about a week.
All right. When he gets back, he's going to stop at the old Covet Syndicate hideout and touch base with Whisper, see what's going on.
Fantastic. Yeah. So as you get back, you can see that a number of your flock is lined up and ready for you, prepared at the time that you arrived. You told Whisper you'd arrive, and all of them are here. They all seem to want to go.
Excellent. He would sort of motion to Whisper, and sort of like when they come closer, just like give them a squeeze over the shoulders. Well done. I'm impressed.
All I had to do was say that. Plan. Trust you.
What did I ever do to deserve an apprentice as awesome as you? All right. Well then, let's get to it. He's going to step in front of them. So here's the deal. Many of you will stay within the city. We'll need people operating here to keep things safe. This is our first spot. Our heart is going to be out there. Many of you will go there and help us set up. We'll be divided in half. We'll rotate you out. So if you want to see the keep, don't worry. You'll get your chance. Just wait a little bit. Won't be any shoving. There won't be any feuding over the slots.
You can see them all kind of eyeing each other, like out of the sides of their eyes.
And I'm going to say the same thing I said to my first flock. And he sort of gestures for them to all like stand next to him, cows drawn up. You will not steal from each other. You will not hurt each other. You will not prey upon each other. You will work together. If you steal from each other, then you steal from me. Stay with us, and I promise you'll never be hungry again. So, line up, and let's get going. And he's literally going to just literally as they walk forward, one left, one right, one left, one right, split him down the middle till he basically has his regiment of rogues ready to go.
So fledglings are the new ones. What are the first flock called?
I figure he'll call those raptors.
Nice.
So of his raptors, he's going to take half of them. Whisper's going to stay with him and go manage the keep. The other half he's going to leave here. He's going to, just to make it absolutely clear, because I know we do have one problem, raptor. Our friend, if I can get this here, I just want to make sure I don't mess up their name. It's been a hot minute since I've actually had to reference it. Doodly-doodly-doo. Heisha. Heisha, the Dragonborn. He's coming with us. She's coming with us. Because I don't want to necessarily trust her out of my line of sight with any level of gold. Also, Durgan's coming with us as well. Because we're going to need a good blacksmith out there.
Fantastic.
And then we go to get a boat.
Awesome. Well, I do need to explain something to you. If you split the units, they will not be able to functionally fight as a unit. You would need to kind of pick one or the other of where they actually are going.
Okay, so right now I have only one. I only have one unit total.
No, now you have two.
Two? Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to split the units then. We're just going to have one unit. We're going to have one unit elsewhere, one unit here.
Okay.
I want those divided, but we're not going to like fracture a unit itself. We're just going to have one unit there, one unit here.
So in terms of like how they would actually function, Your Raptors would be a very small unit size. They would be a D4, which means that they cannot incur too many casualties if you were to get into like actual warfare with them before they start suffering some harm. Whereas the new flock would be probably like a D6. They would be a little bit more in number, probably around 30 people. If you were to get like a whole unit of 50 people, it would be probably like a D8.
Okay.
But you could spend a little bit more time to do that. Now, here's how training actually functions mechanically. You can only upgrade 1 unit per season through training. It is technically considered like rented training until they actually complete enough combat experience, encounters and stuff, and level up. You're basically renting training time.
Okay. Is there a way for me to integrate the units together so it's a smattering of experience and just fresh bodies? I know that would probably reduce the potency of those units, but I wouldn't mind that.
I will say that yes, you could mash them into a singular unit in combat if you...
Okay. If that's the case, then what we're going to do instead, we're going to leave the Raptors behind in the city because they'll probably be closer to where Ashwell's doing most of his normal. But the ones who need to be trained, those are coming out to the keep. Also because we're probably put the bulk of our forces there so the city doesn't start noticing a bunch of hooded folks walking around. We don't need people to raise questions about where this random army is popping up from. So,
Very well.
but we are taking Haisha and Whisper with us to the keep, just to keep an eye on one. And also Durgan, we need his skills.
Very nice. Yeah, so you make your way to Talia's Promise with your force. You go to find a boat, and after a bit of asking around discreetly, you find a kind of older captain with a schooner. It's a smaller vessel. All your folks would be crammed in there for a few days. It would not be comfortable at all, but he's not asking any questions. You pay him 300 gold, and he'll take care of it for you.
Sounds perfect to me. Okay, then. So that would be 16 minus 300. Okay, gotcha. 1368. Said 1368. There we go. Perfect. All right. And he would then take that and begin and journey back with them. And when he gets back there, their first task, help build the damn fort. We'll call it physical conditioning.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, I think that we're going to take our second break now. That's good with my players, unless anybody has anything before we get to the next round of downtime.
Good.
All right. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We're going to take a quick 5 to 10, and we will be back with more Covet Syndicate. Mark. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your waiting. I surely do appreciate it. We've got a little bit of explanation. I said I was going to explain it, but you know what? I like it better when one of y'all explain it. It's just more fun for me. So I would have Natalie do it, but she has a hard time reading this stuff because it's kind of far away from her. So I will go ahead and just drag this in here. If you wouldn't mind reading that for chat, Omni, and the class.
Sure
Okay,
thing.
you can read the next part, Natalie. We can split it. There's actually a lot to read with it.
Okay. So, first thing, as soon as it's in... Alright, I gotta shrink that down. Okay, so... People know it's there. I actually have this open.
Play nerd allies with a rate of 22. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh.
Thank you.
Welcome
Goodness.
in, Raiders. Welcome in, you folks. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off there, Omni, but that was important.
No, that needed to be announced. That was all. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
So, let's read it out fast. People know it's there. Quote, let's imagine you wanted to build a hidden keep without using powerful magic. This is ahistorical, so if one of my players brought this up, I would explain to them something of the nature and purpose of keeps, and how hard, indeed, I think basically impossible it is to build anything of this size and scale without everyone in the local area knowing. It takes hundreds of workers, months to build a keep, even if you're only repairing an existing fortification. Those workers have homes and families, while they may eventually live on your land, perhaps because you're a good ruler, because it's convenient to live where they're spending months working. Those people are going to talk about what they're building. But if, after that, I saw the players still thought it'd be cool to build a hidden keep, I would just ask, okay, cool, given that it's going to take a lot of people to make it, how do you plan on keeping it secret? I wouldn't say no. I'll just give the player a chance to think about it and be creative. Any answer they give will bring opportunities for drama. So in general, building any kind of stronghold makes a statement, but a keep is a military fortification. It's not used for researching the mysteries of the universe, or communing with the powers of creation, or raising money and learning secrets. It's about raising an army. Giving an army somewhere to live, protecting your people, and enforcing your will abroad. Historically, keeps were built as defense against armies. A safe and easily defensible location, but in all instances, the keep is rated to war, and other strongholds are not. So you build a keep, you want to raise an army and get them to stay and train. That's it.
Very good. And in casual robot American fashion, it was modulated to shit, but I think we got the gist of it. Natalie, would you like to explain to people what you can do with a keep that is different from what you can do with other strongholds? Please speak up for the microphone if you would not mind. Yep.
You can attract a unit by rolling on your class's followers chart. Some classes are naturally more material than others.
Marshall,
thank you. Fighter and Paladin attract units more easily than the Wizard and Sorcerer, but if in a fell block like Graves, the empty one from my of Graves.
that's just Matt Colville talking about his world.
Attract a unit with a good roll. That would be a very interesting army. Furthermore, you can spend gold to just buy a unit for a mercenary, but units not only buy, they also cost gain. Upkeep is cost. Not quite well and would have gotten away if it weren't this. A keep the cost to buy by 10%. Upkeep percent per level. This means a 5th level keep reduces both the cost to buy units and 50%. On finishing, gain equal to a 2 plus the keep at the GM's discretion. If you're building above 1st level, you could get your first unit again. Your unit halfway through, and the rest. Good dramatic reasons for this, and it also gives you earlier that can go annoy your neighbors with.
God damn. It's been a long day, folks. She's been
Yep.
playing for like 9 hours at this point.
Plus, eye contacts are really dry, so I'm having a hard time reading the words. Thought I could do it, my bad.
It's okay, I can take over at any point.
I'm almost done, and it's perfectly reasonable to presume the half-finished keep is sweet enough to house some folk. Which unit arrived? It's arrived to pledge service, but there's a handy script below that they want to leave their choice. Okay, no more reading for me today.
Okay, so
Great.
to summarize everything that was just talked about by the last two players, people are going to know that you're building a keep. Now, the good news is you guys already made peace with your nearest neighbor in the most part because they told you that for the purposes of you building this keep, they are going to allow you to do them the favor of go and recover a scroll of annihilation deep in the bowels of a castle far to the north. Again, they did not give you a specific timeline on this, but the clock is always ticking, as we say. So, we have a grand total of 4 units at this point. I would say that the orcs that Zarn has recruited in the past, and also the orcs that you have now kind of secured as folks that will stay and fight for you, that would consist of 1 unit. And then the Blackwood Exiles you recruited, so that's 2 units. The Fledglings and the Raptors, that's 4 units. So that means that you get 1 more unit, 2 plus the keeps level, so it's 2. So we are at 4. I am mistaken. So we are at capacity.
Sick. All right, that's perfect. What about the monastery? Not the monastery, the temple. How does that work?
Wonderful question that you asked. I was going to ask if our good friend Elise wouldn't mind. If you don't feel comfortable reading it.
Might be on mute.
Elise.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that I was muted on Discord. That's right. There was this. My apologies. There was a cat fussing, and I didn't want to make sure anybody didn't hear it.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Concordance. Yes. The measure of how you please your deity is with you. What?
The measure of how pleased your deity is with you. It's okay.
I don't have an excuse. No, I don't have an excuse. I'm just dyslexic.
That is an excuse.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic excuse, actually.
I'm not even memeing. I'm genuinely dyslexic. All right. If your deity is pleased enough to reward you, then you are, quote, in concordance with your deity. If they are not pleased, then you are out of concordance. Typically, there's no way to know if you're in or out before you petition your deity. Your current concordance is known only to your GM, though you can keep track of your good deeds in case they need to be reminded. It's typically
I would encourage you to do so.
Yeah, I already put the concordance table and I was gonna keep tally of my concordance in my notes. It's typically a number from 1 to 100, but you can go above or below that range, even into negatives. Of course, the GM can ask you to keep a running tally, so when your character petitions the deity, the GM asks, okay, what have you done for your god since the last time you called upon them? The GM is always free to agree or disagree and can add their own bonuses and penalties. Only the GM knows what the god's real attitudes are, numbers be damned. Gaining and losing concordance. As the adventurer, certain actions can make you gain or lose concordance. Mostly these are known to your character. Your character knows if they convince an enemy priest to give up their life of evil, or in Kira's case, good, and join you. Very difficult, but long-lasting positive benefits. Or kill an enemy cultist, pretty easy, but no lasting consequences. That you are furthering your deity's goals and will be rewarded. Failing to act when you have the opportunity will also make you lose concordance. The gods consider it your responsibility to know right from wrong. If you were tricked by an enemy into doing their bidding, the gods are just as angry at you as they would be if you'd helped the enemy willingly. They don't pay very close attention and don't have time to evaluate the subtleties of situational ethics. Here's some of the examples of deeds that would add or subtract from your current concordance. And some examples are petitioning your deity, desecrating an enemy altar, thwarting an enemy priest, converting a follower, converting an enemy priest, thwarting an enemy minion, consecrating an altar, leaving an enemy altar intact, failing to uphold the tenets of the deity, or aiding an enemy priest. And then there is a stipulation for divine intervention. A cleric's divine intervention is a much improved version of concordance. Concordance is available to everyone, but has a downside and only grants specific rewards. Divine intervention only works for clerics, has no downside, and can potentially fix any problem.
So concordance works for everyone that has a temple. So you are
Okay.
the only person that can use concordance.
Fantastic. So, yeah.
So you don't have to
Basically,
be a cleric to have a temple.
Well,
Gotcha.
we need to build a temple.
But yes, in theory, Kira, you are the only person here who can.
Sweet. Out of curiosity, since we have so many units,
Mhm.
all of you just gave me an opportunity to be a Jehovah's Witness, and asked him, have you considered converting to our mother Persephone? Could I make maybe a persuasion check to see how many of the new recruits I can convert?
Hands off my shiny men.
What do
Shiny
you
man.
do to impress them or convince them, other than just say a flowery speech?
Well, Kira is providing healing and feeding, and also I have my refugees. How is that gonna work? I have one.
The refugees are automatically going to join you.
Okay, how many will those be?
I will say.
Should I
Sorry, go ahead.
maybe roll a die of some value?
Sure. What makes sense
Which
to
die
you?
would you like me to roll? Ooh, I don't want to decide because that's gonna
D100 plus
contribute to my
60.
D100 plus 60.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's roll a D100.
Okay. So the keep.
It's gonna be 104.
104 total drow refugees.
That's a lot of drow.
Don't need any of my men. Got your hands full over there.
A bunch of able-bodied
Okay.
soldiers right here.
I'm just making note of my current temple residence. Is gonna be 104 drow refugees. Okay. And then
the heavy cavalry riders would be from that number, I assume.
yeah.
And they do not have horses. They have spiders.
Yeah, I was gonna say spiders or lizards would make more sense. Fantastic.
Riders.
That's not terrifying at all. If I ever need to do something, just have a cavalry unit of spider.
It's prestige.
They basically
Don't
protect
just
your.
hate with-
They basically protect your temple. You could, in theory, bring them out to war if you needed to, but for the most part, they would be more of like a protecting force. And being on spiders makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no kidding. It's gonna look like fucking Mirkwood in here with all the spider webs in the woods around, around our keep. Which
I'm
I
not gonna
suppose
lie.
is very fitting.
I'm incredibly fucking stoked that you got drow spider riders. You got seasoned heavy cavalry. That's a really low get chance, and that's a really good get. So that's fucking sick as hell. It's probably not very many of them. It's 1d4, so it honestly is probably like 4. It's probably 4 of these people. But I mean, they would have like chitin style plate mail with like sick ass weapons and like poisoned bows and shit. And they would be on these like kind of chitin plaid giant spiders that would be dripping with drow venom.
Ooh, I have an idea for making supplemental income because, you know, small business owner mindset. Could we sell like spider silk to surrounding surrounding areas.
You would need to spend 1,000 gold, I believe it is, to make an establishment. It might be a little bit more, but yes, you could in theory set up a second establishment, which would net you another 1,000 gold per season. Yeah.
I'll go
I
in
will
on that.
Okay.
Want some help?
Sure. Anybody want to
100%. I can help you
pitch
move
in?
merchandise.
Okay, we'll split it. We'll split the cost 3 ways.
Okay, let's take a look here at... I'm sorry, by the way, chat, I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm not going to lie to you. This is some of the most fun that I have playing this fucking game, is letting my players just go nuts and do whatever the fuck they want to do, giving them dope-ass shit and being like, yeah, that's yours now. Have fun, sport, and like, you know, I don't know. It makes me happy.
How dare you be happy, Derek? You're a GM, you're supposed to suffer.
Hate it when you give us stuff.
Well, you just
Yeah,
earned
I
it.
absolutely hate it. Please stop.
I want more treasure and loot stuff.
I'm such a caustic, toxic GM, dude.
See, I'm the opposite when it comes to DMing. I'm all about depravity.
6,000 gold total, so 2,000 from each of you. I trust you to subtract that from yourselves, Kira and Ashwell. I'm going to subtract it from. Natalie, what would you like to lose that from? You still have 300 platinum, which would be 3,000 gold, and you have some gems. Okay, you have 4 emeralds. I guess you have 1 from a different time, and an opal. Okay, so 2 emeralds.
I'm gonna forfeit 2 emeralds as well.
Okay, I trust you guys to go ahead and just apply that to your character sheets.
Okay. It's done.
Fantastic. You set up a new spider silk establishment. What are you guys gonna call it?
Oh god. Persephone's Secret.
Stop! Oh my god.
Oh god.
Silk Express.
Silk Express.
Just something boring and generic.
Silk and cookies.
I thought I was bad at naming things. Goddamn.
Silk and
hold on.
cookies is great.
Yeah, silk and cookies. What do you think of that?
What's the name of this? What's the name of this place again? Like of this actual this township.
Yeah,
Nobody
we are
knows.
kind of.
We need to
we
make a
should-
name for this place.
Yeah, we should just rename it.
Huh. Well, it's overlooking water, and it was overrun with the undead.
Silk water.
I actually like that. No, I'm not even joking. I actually
Okay,
like that.
sure. Okay.
And also, hilariously, it will definitely not convey how well defended from the ocean it is with those crazy rapids. So, I'm good for ironic naming.
Ah,
Let's,
welcome to silk water, my friend.
Yeah, let's name our township Silkwater, and then we'll call it the Silkwater Trading Co.
Yeah,
I'm down with that.
got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nice.
I just worked
So-
on it. I don't know.
New settlement. Silkwater. And then the establishment is called Silkwater what?
Trading Company.
Trading Company. And it is renowned for its spider silk.
Mm,
I like
delicious.
I like it to be made note that the Silkwater Trading Company is a property of Ellie Anderson LLC.
No shit.
Oh no, she's got IP in my setting. I'll never be able to monetize it now.
Oh no, she's plugging.
Oh god.
Stop this madness.
Oh, wonderful. Good times. I love you guys.
Seriously, same.
Okay, so you have also begun the part of the establishment that's going to take 90 days to build, but that will all be taken care of in the huge portion of time that is already going to be chugging along in the background here. So, is there anything else that you want to do with this turn of downtime, Kira?
Yes, I want to meet my new retainer.
Wonderful. What is your new retainer's name?
My new retainer is a shadow priest, and maybe they could be a are things more or less the same for the drow, like on smaller details?
As opposed to?
Like
Non-drow elves or Eladrin?
To Forgotten Realms drow. Sorry.
Oh, they are very similar, yeah.
Okay.
Everything rhymes. That way, anybody can come sit at the table and basically know what they're doing.
If they are a shadow priest and they are a drow, it would make more sense for them to be female or a like what Whisper is, intersex.
Okay.
Is
Certainly.
that was a question? Is that correct?
Oh, yes. Pretty much all of the priest cast for those of you who might not have been there, pretty much all the priest cast of the drow are intersex.
Okay. I will put their name in our chat. Then, say their name is. This. Stop doing that. Thank you. Okay. Nimril Elseth. They are a priest, an intersex priest, and would like to identify as male, which is part of the reason they defected.
Sense. So, do they go by the Elsif or Nemril? I don't know which one's the first name.
Let's say Nimril. Nimril is their first name.
Okay. So Nimril, kind of standing in the middle of this temple that's being constructed. It's still very rough, shoddy, and like there's the braces are being put up. We can see some stonemasons working in the background, starting to like actually set up what they're going to be building around. And they're just kind of standing there in the shadow of this great pillar that's being taken from one of the ruins on the side of the cliff.
Are you looking for something in particular, dear?
I'm looking for it.
I may have at least one or two. How can I help?
Why did the spider fail us?
Well, that one is certainly a bit of a conundrum. The whole system's fucked. Always was, always will be. How about that?
And yours is any better?
It's not perfect. But it's not.
As far as I remember, the Shadow Dwellers live on the sufferings. A sailor.
Kind of cocks his head when he looks at you. He finally does turn around to face you.
That was his name. He said I'd be here.
Oh, the Sailor's certainly an asshole, if that's what you're asking. Kira's very nonchalant and approachable.
He nods, grateful for the bluntness.
Astride his great owl, took down to the depths. Flight should not be possible underground. There are no drafts. The air is still. Creatures cannot will themselves. Yet his owl, he said I'd find one worthy of my devotion. Is this you?
No, it's not.
Looks taken aback.
It's my mistress, Persephone.
And who is this?
And, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't
I was
realize.
I was gonna like kind of screen wipe so you didn't have to disclose what you didn't want to, but if you want to disclose whatever you want to, go ahead.
Since this is a private conversation, I will not. That would provide meta knowledge to the party. But Kira will fill Nimrel in on their backstory and why they're dedicated to Persephone, and what Persephone has done for them, and what life has been like for them since then, etc., etc.
Yeah, Nimrel takes all this in and listens very intently. The blindfold that Nimrel wears is like very eloquently adorned with different like spider gems and small jewels. And Nimrel says as he like reaches back to take it off,
If I walk this path, I will do so. Open eyes, open arms to damnation.
Well, I'll be walking with you hand in hand.
he takes the blindfold off, folds it up, and hands it to you. And you can see that there's these hollowed out sockets where his eyes are. But there is this smoldering black fills it like a void.
Kira give him a little pat. All right, come with me now. Let's get you some soup and a cup of tea for that rasp in your throat.
He nods and follows you.
That was me making a sixth wall tease remark at EJ.
Got it. Well, remarkably, it seems that Nimrel can still see perfectly fine. Despite
Interesting.
having no eyes.
Interesting. I am intrigued.
If you ask, he would tell you.
That he has gazed upon the boundless depths of depravity that make up the abyss, and he sacrificed sight for it. But he can still feel the echoes of the world around him in his movement.
Interesting. Interesting.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with this round of downtime?
Yes, I wanted to make that persuasion check to convert the other random people.
Wonderful. I'm not trying to skip through it, by the way. I'm just trying to make sure that we're getting to everything, because I do not want to forget.
No, you are fine. Do you want me to roll this in the open or in the dice tower?
Oh, you can roll it in the open, it's fine.
Okay.
How open would you be about trying to convert our troops?
Yeah, because I'm not cool with
There-
this.
No, it's more like converting by action and like, hey, troops, we're having lunch at the temple and stuff like that. Just like consistent.
We're having a crab
Okay.
bake, a crab boil. Like, come by, bring,
Yeah, it's basically it's like
Potluck.
it's like yeah, it's consistency in action over preaching, and because Kira doesn't like giving sermons by any means, so it's just kind of like, while you're here, why don't you thank Persephone?
No offense,
Can-
but I have ordered my troops not to fraternize with you or your temple.
I know that Ashwell would be interested in, at least if he starts seeing you like speaking with some of the fledglings. I know he'd want to approach you and have a conversation. Wouldn't necessarily
Okay.
be bad.
It's a good
So-
RP opportunity.
Yeah.
So we'll say that with a 21, Zarn, what kind of role would you like to represent your command in opposing this? Which will probably set the mood for how you enter this conversation.
Let me look at my skills.
I'm both the wisdom and the charisma character, bitches. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey, don't look now, but I'm coming up on you with that charisma now.
And
Oh, what do you
can
have, like a
smite.
9?
9.
And you can smite. You're a triple threat.
Damn.
Damn
My
straight.
skill is athletics, so I'm trying to think of a way that I could possibly use that.
I'm not seeing.
Just flex really hard.
I think intimidation makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you're telling them to fuck off and troops over.
Stake to yourselves and do not accept shit from. That's a 13.
Do I have advantage left over from last time?
You do have inspiration still, yeah.
Use my inspiration.
Just to spite me.
Still,
We know we really don't use inspiration that often.
No, and you get a chance to get it at every the start of like every
dang
session.
it. That's even lower than the first one.
That was a 3.
All your followers are mine.
So, despite the best efforts that you put forward, some of these Blackwood Company exiles, they're hungry and they're pretty
I
much
feed them.
out of a job. Yeah, but you feed them, like, enough. And also, there's a lot of hot drow ladies that they really want to bone, because they're still dudes. And they're hanging out over at the temple, and man, they're not coming over to where they are. Look, I served in the military for 4 years. I know how this goes, okay?
How many in total is it?
7.
They're all fired. If I can't trust them to listen to me on this, then I can't trust them in battle.
You're fired, but I don't work here. Take a job, starting now. Boy, what are you fired?
Hire him just to
You're
fire him.
fired.
Oh man, I got to do a pirate voice all day earlier. It was fun. Yeah, so 7 people get cut loose and begin sniffing around the temple like hungry dogs.
I will give them jobs in a place to live since Zarn so cruelly fired them. And I'm a benevolent god, servant of a god.
Zarn just can't stand the idea of anyone liking someone else. It's Zarn or nothing.
Fair point. You cut them loose, and I assume you're probably going into this meeting with Ashwell and Kira?
Not happy.
Okay.
So
So
we see, where are you guys having this meeting at? Still being built, probably.
I think it's probably not a bad idea for us to consider meeting in the village. Or, the now largely, I imagine, like, demolished village. But there's probably, like, still what's left of, like, a village square there. Like some flagstones or something we could meet at. Maybe, like, a small, like, dilapidated fountain or something.
Sure.
Um,
That's what we see.
okay. So, Ashwell would have reached out to Kira, probably after watching a couple of his fledglings, sort of, like, taking notice of what's going on. And, instead of, like, reprimanding them, we'd have walked over and been like, give me a day. Give me 1 day to just talk about this. And then we'll see. Okay? Just do your thing. And, like, make sure to, like, go back to your studies before I over there make you work twice as hard.
I mean,
Thank-
there's hot food and hot elves. How are you gonna say no to that?
Well, for starters, I am recruiting from again, a large portion of them from the beleaguered youth of the city. So that would be one reason, at least in part.
But they're dudes.
Yeah.
And some of them are gonna be dudes.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm not saying it's going to be impossible, which is the reason why, as soon as he sees this, he's not going to be super aggressive about it. Instead, he's going to reach out to Kieran and just be like, hey, would you want to meet me in this area at another point in time, like, say, later today? And when you get there, Ash will be probably sitting over by the fountain, and he'd have a basket of fruit there. Just like a couple of apples. He's probably picked from some of the nearby trees or something. And sort of gesture to the fountain for... I imagine he would have invited Zarn over as well, since Zarn's troops are also involved in the keep. He probably saw that too. So,
Yeah.
have a seat. A bit to discuss, don't we?
Sure. Yes? Well, what is this about?
So, the way I see it, and he reaches in, grabs an apple, and tosses one to each of you. We all have disparate but interconnected needs and goals. After all, that's what the Syndicate's for, right? But I
Yes.
imagine we're all going to be a little bit possessive of our strategic assets, as it were. And he takes a bite out of his apple. No one likes eating someone else's food without permission. So, I'm going to put this on the table. I can't abide split loyalties among my crew. However, if any one of my fledglings decides to work with you, I will give them the option to go and join your. They will not be welcome back in the keep. They will be liaisons from the flock to you. How's that sound?
So, what?
So if you need, say, something a little less holy than what might occur elsewhere, say political dirt being dredged up, or throats being cut, or literal physical manpower to defend your temple, you would have a direct route to get in touch with me through them. I wouldn't have to deal with them working among my crew, potentially spelling secrets. And in exchange, you gain the skills of my trained rogues. I imagine, Zorn, you might enjoy some kind of compensation as well if your troops are going to be going over with Kiara. Is there something that would make it a little easier for you to tolerate this?
Look, I think you two are misunderstanding. Especially since Zahn decided to fire her lackeys. I don't want them to serve me, I want them to serve Persephone.
I want them to serve me, not Persephone.
Unfortunately, that is the one place I agree with Zarn.
I like you give Vaunt a hard time. I appreciate that. But I work really hard making sure that my recruits work really hard to bring me recruits. So you keep your hot food and your hot elves away from my men. Good day. I'm not actually gonna leave. I'm just.
You just turn away from them.
Walk 5 feet away and realize there's more food there.
Would you like some hot food and a hot elf?
I mean, who wouldn't want some hot food and a hot elf? That's besides the point.
There's no reason that you two can't come to dinner when I'm hosting dinner.
I certainly wouldn't mind that at all. I will admit, I'm reticent to share, I'm reticent to share my personnel, even matter of faith, in that way. Faith inspires devotion. Devotion inspires loyalty. And I might be asking these people to do things that require them to be loyal to me before any god. And that is a high ask. But what I'm getting at here, Kiara, is we have to work together. So I'm willing to find some middle ground. And I'm not going to tell my flock they're not allowed to pursue their lives. That's the whole point. They join willingly, they fight willingly, and they're loyal to me. And if they're ever not loyal, they're welcome to leave. I'm just codifying a guarantee so that we know exactly how my troops will be treated, and vice versa. You're more than welcome in the keep, as far as I'm concerned, at any time, along with your followers. At least my part, anyway. I can't speak for Zarn, as he gestured over to Zarn.
I'm starting to cool down a bit, but I still share my earlier sentiment.
The one emotion that Zarn feels: jealousy.
Possessiveness.
Possessiveness, yeah. Yeah, it's probably not even jealousy as much as it is like, you're taking my shit, man. That hurts my... That's fucked up. Like, I don't take your shit.
My toys!
Exactly, like, my toys.
I'm not gonna lie,
Zon
my
doesn't
first knee-jerk
share.
reaction was my toys. But
all I could think of is the fucking Fruity Pebbles commercials where like Fred gets really mad at Barney. He's like, "My pebbles!"
oh my god! Also, you did that voice so good. Natural Fred Flintstone.
Barney, I'll kick your fucking ass.
So he sits down. My point is, if some of my fledglings do agree to join you, I'd like to perhaps formalize it. Make it something that'll be strategically useful to you. After all, it's not like we're not going to have our fair bit of enemies.
Well, yes, we are working together, but the reason that I am here is because none of our goals align in the first place. So I don't think a conflict of interest is going to be much trouble.
It's true. Consider it insurance. For now.
You
And
can
to
all hear
placate
this kind of high-pitched laughing coming from the ruined wall above you. It sounds like icicles tinkling off of a roof and shattering below. I rather like the idea of having my own little owlets.
Ashwell slowly turns and looks up.
You see the Fae Basalad crouching above, his hair kind of tasseling in the wind as it ever seems to do behind him.
I said I'd be willing to share some of my people with Kira. I never said anything about you.
I never said anything about sharing.
That is very true. I am speaking for myself.
They would be serving the same master, don't you understand? What Kira's telling you is true. They would not be doing her will. Not at all. In fact, I don't think Kira has it within them to order them to do anything.
That's very presumptuous of you.
I know you. Anyways, they would not even be doing as I told. They would be getting their orders directly from our mother.
And if I need them to do something that their mother doesn't like... You see, this is the problem.
I
here.
love the idea of seeing that come to.
Honestly,
And I hate it.
there's honestly nothing you can say to change my mind. I would like to keep my men pure and free of other distractions, including religion. So I thank you for your consideration, but my men are off limits.
Oh, very well. And how about it, sport?
Talking to me now. I still stand by my earlier statement. I trust Kiara. So far, you saved my life, like, what, 4 times in less than the 2 weeks that I've known you? Less than the couple months I've known you?
Something like that.
Yeah. And I've probably returned the favor once or twice. So, there's a trial by fire there I trust. We've still got a lot of distance between you and I, but this, as you mentioned, isn't about me trusting either of you two. If it were the orders coming from you two, I actually would be a lot less concerned. It's the fact that I may or may not ask something untoward in the eyes of your gods, of my people. At which point, then their faith becomes a conflict. And you might enjoy that kind of conflict, you Fae, you. I don't.
Basalad looks down at Kira when you say that.
I need my men not confused.
What?
He looks over to Kira. But I am more than willing to share. If they come to you, they're willing and welcome to stay there with you. But the problem is I can't have them back.
Oh, don't worry. Everything they do would be very similar to what you'd have them do anyway.
Hey, I see it. You just easily gained slightly over 100 brigands past month or so. I don't think you have any problem recruiting. Just, you know,
Yes.
so without poaching ours.
It's not. Kira just pinches the bridge of their nose, like, dear God.
Oh, were it so easy. There's something you should know, Serpent. The ways are shut. Our people on the moon have no way of reaching here. Not in any mass form. We require servants down here to do our mother's bidding. The more, the merrier.
Well, perhaps one day I want to start my own religion. I don't want to have to worry about half my men already having followed some other god.
Then do it already. You wouldn't be the first, Serpent. The last time one of yours tried to do that, you ended with a river of blood the size of a sea, and I won't be forced to remember how many humans I had to kill that Aeon. do you remember? Oh, it was before Kira's time. I'm sorry, Kira.
Anyway, I continue to stand by. Slightly decline.
Very well, then I must point out that you might want to treat your followers a bit better.
Fine. I never said that I mistreated them. I don't know where Derek got that from.
I didn't say that you mistreated them. I just said that they were given more stuff, and that there were hot elves that young men absolutely would be attracted
I'm
to.
sorry,
Yeah,
our muffins don't have chocolate chips in them, but I'm doing the best I can. The raisin bran one was on sale. Do you know how hungry these men get?
Look, we went to Aldi. It was the last thing they had left. I don't know what to tell you.
I got a pallet of it. It was like less than 50 cents a box. It made economic sense.
Top-down tabletop with a rate of 19. Oh my
Oh,
goodness, you guys.
wow.
Welcome in.
Alright.
Welcome
Welcome
in, Raiders.
Oh,
So much
much
love.
love.
So much love. Oh my goodness. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Thank
Well,
you so much, Top-down
Yeah.
tabletop. So much love, dude.
Glad
Pleasure
to
to meet
have
you.
you.
Hope your
Heck yeah.
stream went well. I'm sorry, that completely threw my mind off of track. We were discussing the inter-party conflict of Kira's forces kind of pulling away some of the men that you guys have been recruiting to your cause.
So,
I'd like to point something out. This inter-party conflict has nothing to do with me for once.
Hey, you did it!
Oh!
mission accomplished, Red. High
Making my
five.
fucking
It was-
way in the world.
It's bound to happen eventually. We'd all disagree on something, and I feel like we're all trying to handle this like civilized adults.
If,
We
if,
are
Vaughn,
all
if
evil.
Vaughn was here, he'd be like, "Yeah, you're all stupid and it's mine."
I'm taking your men whether you like it or not.
I mean, we're all evil. We're just... It takes longer for our evil to get going.
You're not
So-
even evil. You're a fucking anti-hero.
I am lawful evil. I am, believe it
You're
or
an
not, lawful evil.
anti-hero.
Okay, that's fair, but I'm trying to play it easy.
That's still lawful
Yeah.
evil. Anti-heroes can be
Yeah.
lawful evil.
I'm trying,
Spawn.
okay? It's just hard to be...
Yeah, well, I'm neutral.
God, I
evil,
wish I was
so-
cool Spawn.
Oh my goodness, B-Town MC, thank you so much for the sub.
Dude.
So much love. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
So after that little exchange,
Kira's gonna extend the same offer to you as well, Ashwell, if any of their congregants decide that they would like to do something more gainful employment, they could join your forces.
Painful employment.
so which Ashwell like nods. You can see he smiles way behind the mask and extends a gauntleted hand. That sounds incredibly equitable. Thank you. And he'd shake your hand if you...
Kira's gonna offer their hand, not like a shake, but like they expect you to kiss it.
He reaches over to do that, brings the hand up, and just sort of puts it to his forehead behind his mask, or over his mask, and sort of like stands back up. Thank you. Well, now if that's been decided, more or less, I'm gonna go back to my little section to keep and get to work. I have a lot of drilling to do and some ruins to remove the worst of the rusted spikes of iron from, so my troops can train in safety without fear of tetanus.
Derek,
Yes.
I'm gonna start bringing my potlucks and my hot elves around to the keep.
You stay away. Zorn
No.
quickly rushes back to the keep after making a stop. He enters in and sees her men and says, "Boys, I've got steak." I just like got an armful of steak wrapped up in butcher paper, just like more than I can barely hold on to.
How much did you spend on steak?
Oh, I spent probably like a good. And do I have it this?
I would say that you have close to 90.
90? Oh geez, that's a lot of steak. Oh,
The stakes are high.
She's got a wagon of steak and then a case of lusty Argonian maid novels.
A veritable chuck wagon.
I show up with a load of steak, and a couple of kegs of ale. Then like, is 500 a good amount?
500 is a lot.
Oh, is that too much?
I mean, probably, yeah.
200?
I actually
In
just
this
did the
economy,
math.
that's pretty fair.
Yeah,
I
actually
don't know what monetary worth items have anymore.
For one single feast?
For a single 100?
That sounds
like
fair.
so. Yeah, because the trick is that in order to have like wealthy or aristocratic meals, like that's for a full day,
Yeah.
that's 2 gold pieces for each. But for wealthy, it's 8 silver pieces. So you'd be 8 times 90. But sorry, that's
720
in
gold?
silver. Yeah, that'd just be in silver. So that'd be 72. Yeah, 72 gold.
Okay, yeah, we'll
72
just
gold.
round up to 100. I bought some sides to go along with the steak.
You get some mac and cheese and
Potato
coleslaw.
salad.
So, Derek, I've been working on the fortress design a little more as we've been talking, and I realized something. A lot of star fortresses, like what I'm working on here. So a lot of star fortresses actually have, like many castles, sally forth points designed to access different parts of the castle from the interior. So primarily so that, you know, you have a bunch of dudes outside besieging you. You can have like a dozen or so armored troops or like dudes with swords or halberds charge out from a part of the castle no one thought was a door. Which I'm not sure we'd want to have a lot of those. But
I did that
kind of
trick on
inform.
them, on Natalie and Ted in our last campaign, yeah.
Yeah, because Sally Forth are awesome.
And
So-
the interior got like filled up with sand, and their men were like dying, smothering. It was wonderful. Yeah.
So I love the idea. That's hilarious, actually. I
So
love
many
that.
people died that day. It was great.
It was a good
So
call.
since the backside of the castle is right up against the rapids, would you think it'd be fair to have a sally forth point directly into the lower level that goes along the back side of the castle, so we could have people move in and out of the bottom part of the castle, independent from the top? So in addition to like the connecting point. So
Yeah.
that way we could have our wonderful elvish visits and potlucks come into the bottom layer of the castle. Leave Zarn's troops on the top relatively unmolested. My troops get to have themselves conjugal visits and steak. And you can have steak and ale separate. We can have
That's
fun
all
doing
they
it.
need.
Yeah.
Emphasis on conjugal visits with the hot elves.
You know what's hilarious is that this is actually how castles were built back in history. It was like, I need to be able to like take these people in without them being like seen by like other people and stuff, and they would
Yep.
absolutely, yeah, no, there's no doubt in my mind that you'd be able to do what you just asked me about.
Perfect. Because I know that's a big thing, is that, again, Actual doesn't want people knowing that his flock operates out of this place. So as far as he's concerned, the castle on top is a big shiny distraction from his rogues popping in and out of the bottom at rapid speed. And the
Except
fact that
to-
we might be able to sneak parties in there, like a good frat house, that works too.
Sorry about all the loud stomping, by the way. A lot of heavy-footed people up here.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're wearing armor and shit.
Did I snipe any of Omni's recruits?
With this next potluck, would you like to roll another persuasion check versus
Sure.
Omni? What would you like to oppose this with?
Let's see. I'm not sure he would particularly oppose this. I think instead he would like to himself. I think he would like to try to impress some of the folks in Kiara's congregation instead, to see if they'll be willing to join him. So honey wins more than vinegar, right? So by all means, take the folks that want to go with you, and I'll see who might be interested in joining my.
Okay. Will you please roll a persuasion check for me as well?
Okay. Let's see.
And it keeps stopping.
Like an Ouroboros, but with 2 heads.
In fact, actually, I was going to ask. Instead, could I also do it with like a sort of a demonstration kind of thing? Like, if we're going to have the potlucks on one end, what if Ashwell does training exercises close enough for the congregation to see and perhaps be interested as they see some of the spectacle?
Okay.
Would that be something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, what are you going to throw on for him?
If that's the case, then I figured he would have them like literally drilling. So he would sort of have like parades a little bit of his troops, but not in the traditional sense of like everyone come out with flags. But instead, he would have them all organize out, all in cloak, all with their gear, as he'd have Durgar working as often as he could without exhausting himself, and also with any other smiths they could get, equipping them with again guitars, the cloaks, basically having them look relatively the same. And he would have them engaging in both war games, visibly from the top, as well as also infiltration. So, but it would be like he would occasionally be, and now, for your pleasure and demonstration, watch. And he would literally have them like move in formation at speed across. It'd be like watching waves of shadows and cloak literally crossing over the terrain like a wave of parkour troops leaping over everything.
Sweet.
So,
yeah,
like that.
I love
if
it.
that's the case, could I use? Could I instead use athletics or some other mechanism by which I can coordinate my troops for that, or acrobatics?
Yes.
Okay, we'll use acrobatics for it. And do you want me to roll that in public or on the dice tower?
Go ahead and roll it in public.
Okay. Okay, 21.
Okay, so I will go ahead and explain that, yeah, Kira, you absolutely pull in some more of Ashwell's individual constituents that make up the larger body of his force. It's not a huge chunk, but you'd say that you've worked your way into maybe about an eighth of his forces?
How much will that be? How many people?
Probably about 20 total.
That's about right.
Okay, and how many of my people do I lose?
Oh wait, no, 20 would be, if I said an eighth, it would be way less than that, because you have the flock, which is like 8 people, and then you have, the original flock, which is the raptors, and then you have the fledglings, which is about 30 people. So if it was...
Yeah, it was the fledglings that came with us here. So.
Yeah. So then you would have, let's say, what's 1/8 of the fledglings?
I got you. So 30 divided by... let's see, we're looking at
3?
I
4?
think so, yeah, give or take. That would be equal to 3, rounding up. It'd be 2.4, so let's make it 3.
Okay, 3.
All right. And how many folks do you think Ashwell would gain with his little, with his cool raid drills?
I would say that you would... Some of the hot elves that have come here to kind of put it on and recruit some of these people are actually kind of enthralled by what you do, and they decide that maybe they don't want to just be hot elf bimbos for the rest of their life who just cook and provide food and nourishment to people in various ways, and they want to actually make a little bit more blood with their life.
So that's the case, and Ashwell would, as they approach, he would, anytime anyone would walk up and ask him questions, he'd be like, well, if you'd like, I can walk you through what we do, and if you're interested in me changing Ichimura for the better, and perhaps making things a little more even, knocking a couple pegs off the topmost layers of our society, I might find the way that you can help. And he would, if that's the case, if they'd arrive, he'd be willing to take them. So how many do you think we're looking at there? Like 2 to 3?
There's a significantly larger force there. Out of 104, I would say that you probably get like 6.
Sick. Yeah, he would immediately integrate them in. They'd be part of the fledgling crew. I'm good with this. We can back and forth a little bit. You get my disenfranchised, and I get your disenfranchised. And together we have loyal troops.
So
I'm good
okay, final calculation, I have 108 new converts. So that's gonna be 540 concordance.
Okay, you have a basis of 540 concordance. Plus, you converted an enemy priest. That's an additional.
Okay, and
what is that?
15. That's 15.
That's 15 plus passive income with their deeds that serve the Mother Persephone.
Yeah, passive income streams.
Sick. All right, and I guess that means that since my fledglings are much smaller, they started at 30. We lost 3. We gained 8, so we're at 35 now.
Sounds right to me.
Okay, sick. Nice. That's actually pretty good for what I'm basically training as like stealth commandos, so I'm down with that.
So as we Game of Thrones out of what's going on over here and over to Blackwood, Vaunt, what do we come in on you doing?
Okay. Vaughnt's got his own thing going on. He's not having a big old harem thing.
Harem fight.
We're over here playing Warcraft, and you're over there doing playing Sims
I'm playing
3.
Civ 6 by myself. I just
Fun.
punched my desk and it opened up something on my computer. Don't know how that works, but technology.
Sick.
So, let's see here. Well, Vaughn is, obviously he's in the construction of a tower, but he can't really make that go any faster. So, in the meantime, let's make a new spell. Because I haven't done that in a while.
Cool. What do you
So
want to
let me pull
make?
up the spell rules. Let's make something diabolical, wicked, and evil.
Sounds sick, dude. I'm all about
Downright
it.
despicable.
Homebrew homies 5.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah, we're basically making shit up.
Finally, we're back.
We're back.
Woo!
We never
Let's
left.
fucking go, dude!
Quick, change the stream name.
Change it for like 30 minutes for when I'm talking about this, and then we can change it back. Okay. So I gotta pick the target of the spell. These categories aren't comprehensive, but broadly applicable. Some spells may fall under the multiple categories. Does damage, applies to many spells. I'm trying to think whether or not I want a big ol' friendly, helpful AoE spell, or on the other side, like a baneful AoE spell. Do I want all bad guys are in an area? Do I want to make something stronger? Do I want to make haste stronger?
Yo, if we could find a way to make haste strong, that'd be pretty sick.
That would be
Because
very strong. But I could make slow stronger as well.
Could also be.
slow is a little less risky. Because like haste is an incredible boon when you give it to somebody, but then when it falls off, it utterly screws them. If slow
Well, it's
falls
not-
off, then it just sort of we lose the debuff, but it doesn't really like affect us directly.
Well, slow's a saver suck, so it is technically not as good as haste, because haste is at least guaranteed. I also have advantage on
That's true.
Constitution checks to Constitution saves to maintain concentration.
That
In
is
the
true.
Off chance I would be attacked. So let's see here. Let's go to my preparation spells and see what I got to work with. Haste and slow are definitely two that I'm interested in. Counterspell would be funny, but I don't think you can upgrade that. Wall of Fire. Stone Skin would be funny. Slow would still be funny.
All these are great options.
Sleep would also be funny, but I don't think that would technically work, since it would technically put them to sleep and then do something and wake them up immediately.
You smack them about, and then they fall asleep.
Smack the shit out of them and they fall asleep. Yeah, I like the way you think.
You
Fireball
stop
sleep.
calling it sleep, start calling it concussion.
Slumber
Alright,
ball.
Concuss. Concuss is a good name for a spell. Okay, so let me ask you guys. Should I pick haste or slow? Want to vote from everybody.
Nice. Hey,
Haste is really good. I love it. damn it. I'm gonna roll die because I'll know exactly. Haste. It's haste. There you go.
That's
Yeah.
2 for haste.
Yeah, I think haste. I'm gonna.
Haste it is. The spell
Haste.
targets you or an ally. Roll a d8.
You can
That's
always
d20.
choose.
I can always choose. I'll read these out because these are interesting. Empowering. For 10 minutes, a random ability score of the target changes to 20 if it's below 20. Regenerating. For the spell's duration, the target regains hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier at the start of each of its turns. I can be a healing wizard?
What
I'm
the
breaking
fuck?
the rules. Fucking call Chris Perkins, baby. Everybody's getting pissed. Let's see.
That's illegal. I'm reporting you.
I am a healer. Let's see here.
420,
Mindful.
what they smoking?
For 10 minutes, the target may use your spellcasting ability modifier on any saving throws.
Yo.
Omniscient. For 10 minutes, the target grows a third eye that reveals hidden, disguised, and invisible creatures within 60 feet.
Okay.
Could be interesting. Levitating. For 10 minutes, the target gains a fly speed of 10 feet.
That seems
shit.
incredibly powerful when combined with haste.
With haste,
It's only
specifically,
10
yeah,
feet.
but it's only 10 feet.
Oh, it specifies that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're like you'd be like Murdoch from the Marvel comics.
Oh, you MODOK? Yeah, just the
MODOK,
diaper man,
I
floating
was
diaper
thinking of
man.
Murdoch as a fucking gorillas. Let's see. Sorry, I had to reread this one. Invulnerable. Until the end of its next turn, the target is immune to all damage.
Okay, why the hell not that? That's literally we're not
Until the
casting,
next turn. It's only for a turn, so it's not.
we're not
Oh.
casting haste on someone who's not going to be in the midst of combat, right? Like that
No,
seems like
well, it's not a weird thing. It's I'm casting the haste, so know your place, trash.
okay.
Know your
fine.
fucking place.
Know your
Trash.
place, trash.
Point is, I don't see any way that me, Kira, or Zarn couldn't make miracles happen with a turn of literally we can't possibly die.
That would be funny, but
I love the
regards to
idea
that-
of just like casting haste on them, and what you're doing is like speeding them up so much that like any destruction to their body is just like instantly regenerating.
Oh my god, we get invulnerability frames out of it.
I
You get iframes.
We get iframes.
Iframes on cast.
Okay. So I'm just seeing how much time this would take.
Oh,
'Cause this would
blazing is actually pretty cool for haste too.
Well, blazing's cool too. Yeah, I was actually about to read that one. Let me read the last 2 effects, and then I'll look at research because I might be able to make multiple spells.
Okay.
So for 10 minutes, the target has a 33% chance at the start of each of its turns to teleport 10 feet as a bonus action. These odds are cumulative, so 33% chance, 66% chance, and 100% on the third. But the odds reset to 30. That's lame. Blazing until the end of its next turn. Target's movement leaves a trail of fire that lasts for the spell's duration. It deals 3d6 damage, dexterity save for half to any creature who begins its turn in the fire or moves through it. So I could literally just have you be a trailblazer.
Yo, that's nuts.
Tron haste.
Yeah, it is drawn. So I'm between invulnerable, giving you guys literally just immune on your turn, or blazing.
God, they're all so cool.
They're really good.
What do you guys think? I could use either.
Go for invulnerable.
I think that's fair. What about you, Elise? What do you think?
I think the invulnerability is going to get a lot more use, personally.
Yeah, because that way, if we know we're gonna face something terrible for a turn, you could have at least one person who can utterly tank the shit out.
Okay. So to research a spell, I must spend 1 month plus 1 week per level of the spell, minus 1 per level of the tower.
Okay.
And it's not technically a level 3 yet because it's still under construction, so that would be 1 month and 2 weeks
Yep.
for me to make you invulnerable.
So at the end of that is probably about when the tower would be finished construction for renovation.
True. Okay. We'll make an invulnerable haste. I believe there's another thing.
That is so
Probably not.
cool.
Nope, invulnerable haste.
All right.
This is one of the coolest features of this game that you're letting like Red make spells. That's sick as hell.
I like
can
it.
homebrew live.
I like my players getting cool shit.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'll have to come up with a cool name for that. I don't know. Expedite's the first thing that comes to mind, but.
Haste. Make a bit of haste. Drop.
I'm gonna call it the quickness.
Quickening.
Probably like something like celerity.
Down with the quickness.
Oh, that's great.
So, and you want to call it what?
Celerity.
Celerity. Okay. And then down here at the bottom, creatures that are hasted are immune to all damage until the start of their next turn.
God, that's so cool.
Vaunt has created something truly evil.
Diabolical.
He's gonna cast that on himself, and then just like I don't know, like higher levels, he's just gonna cast what's that fucking spell called that like calls down meteors? I think it's just literally called meteor.
Meteor storm.
Meteor storm. Yeah, I'll just call it meteor storm. Center it on myself.
I'm just gonna put it out there. If you do decide to go for ranks in monk, that would be terrifically horrible.
I want everybody to fire on that man. Vaunt just standing there.
You just
meteor
run in
strike.
and DBZ the shit out of somebody because of monk abilities.
I like the imagery of this.
So yeah, you spend the next month and some change basically doing nothing but that during the day.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you're going to want to do during this downtime?
I think I literally just have to do that. Let me double check real quick.
I believe you said something about a magic item.
I did. I'd have to research a magic item. I literally have to create the blueprint and then build it.
Yes.
Derek, I want to make something truly sinister. Are
Yes.
you familiar with anything in the Forgotten Realms?
No.
I'm trying to think of the name of those things. Elise, help me. What are those giant magic spheres that the ancient civilizations used to make cities float? The Netheries. What did they make?
I think I almost vaguely know what you're talking about, but I have no idea.
They're called what are they called?
Boo, boo,
They're
boo.
called something. Damn it! I know they're fucking. Somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about.
Hey chat, this is where you can help us build things by telling us shit that we should.
At least you're muted.
Spend
by the way.
divine intervention to give him one of those.
I know exactly what it is, but I cannot think of what it is called.
Okay, so High Netheril had these things. What are they called?
It's gonna be
I'm
something
trying to
simple like a
find-
Netherese orb or some shit.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I need
look-
to find the name.
I'm-
Emily, 'cause-
I'm looking for it. Mythalars.
Mythalars, yes. Okay, these Mythalars, Derek, they literally allow things to like. They allow you to completely manipulate the entire world around it within a range freely. So
Like the
technically,
Futurama
I could
shit.
raise. I could literally raise a mountain type shit. Like that's what a
He wants to make his own Earth moat.
yeah. Yeah, I want to make the floating city from Elder Scrolls.
Okay. That's going to be a pretty big project, and it's going to take a while and a lot of money. But yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do it.
Yes.
I love
can't
the
wait for
idea
the
of you just
Faerun
being
to be
like,
bored.
I don't like my tower being here anymore. Move it elsewhere.
I no longer want to live on this planet anymore.
Just push it somewhere else.
I'm gonna literally become Karsus. Which means I'm gonna literally try to use so much magic that I become a god by replacing Mithra. It was somebody before that. Anyway, story of him was he's like, I want to be the literal god of magic because I'm so fucking smart. So Mistral, he's just like, okay, I'm gonna do this spell, I'm gonna cast it, which would literally swap his place with a god. So in response, Mithril killed itself, and Karsus is nobody really knows what happened to Karsus. So
Okay.
but yes, I'm going to start my pilgrimage to becoming a god by creating a cool giant metal or magic sphere.
So how do you go about beginning this process?
Well, first I have to do a lot, and I mean a lot of research, because this thing is literally just like even beyond like relic and artifact status. So this is probably going to take Vaughn a very long time. And yeah, it's going to take me a long time. So I don't even. Vaughn's just going to start with the basics of understanding every single school of magic. Well, he already understands most of them, but he's going to have to figure out which one will be appropriate. And to give you an idea how powerful like one of these things are, it'd be probably like a 12th level spell.
Okay.
Or lower. Probably like 10th or 11th.
10th makes sense.
Just to create one of these things. So
you can get nutty at 10th level.
Yeah, to give you an idea what Karsus did to replace a god, it was a stone-filled gizzard of a gold dragon with a mixture of Tarask blood and a 12-headed Hydra bile, just to enchant one of the components of the spell.
Jesus Christ.
And also had a casting time of 6 hours. In which case, Karsus destroyed the entirety of High Netheril, so he did a great job.
Living the dream.
Living the dream. He's also a giant rock that like cries blood every now and then.
Well, last time we sacrificed 10,000 children and 100,000 gold, so I feel like we can top that. Let's see how far we can push this puppy. Push this game engine.
Since I have connections to hell, what I'm going to do is use this ruby that I have yet to spend any of, and I'm going to start channeling the actual power of hell in order to fulfill my research.
Fun.
Damn.
Because he literally just gave me a hunk of something that came out of one of the circles, so I am going to make use of that for now.
Fantastic. So, you have found yourself enraptured with this since the moment you began studying it. You finished your spell, you patted yourself on the back, probably took like an afternoon off, and then immediately got back to work, now studying this crystal. And something on the other side noticed you doing that, and it started watching you. And over time, as you've been delving into the secrets kept within this multifaceted gem and plundering the depths of knowledge of hell itself, you finally feel your consciousness come to a wall, thick, sheer, and high. And as you press against it, looking for some small gap with which to squeeze your consciousness through, you can feel a presence swift around you and kind of pluck at you as if you had wings and it was taking feathers out of them. And who we have here?
To whom do I speak?
I require not answer, and I asked you first.
I asked you first.
Vaunt, abjuration savant. Pardon the redundancy.
This one does not lie, though it would suit its purposes to do so. I am known by many names. The Red Queen, the ruler of the Ruby Throne, Asmodeus, Celestine, Queen of Hell, and you are gazing into the depths of my throne. Whereupon didst thou find shard?
I traded for it, aptly enough. I believe it was a Rakshasa that bought this from me.
One of Mephistopheles' kin. And what did he trade you for this? Your soul?
A ring?
He wanted you to.
Intriguing.
Tell me, Vaunt, Abjuration Savant, what do you desire?
Well, I've had a recent change of heart. I don't desire material wealth. I desire a sanctum. A sanctum where I can be free to explore and peruse the knowledge of the multiverse to my whims and to my content. Knowledge is what I seek.
There is one who has come before you, seeking to do the same. Are you familiar with Nadar? That's the god of magic.
Huh. Of course.
My father knew him. He would make an excellent teacher. Why do you plunder my depths? You have something invaluable. You could fund an expedition. You could buy the most exquisite of libraries, and yet here you are, seeking into the depths of hell itself for answers. Why? And you can kind of feel this darkness kind of build around her when she finalizes her question.
If I can get in contact and hereby make compact with Nadar, I see no reason for me to plunder Hell's power. Perhaps I shall rid myself of this thing, for your sake and mine.
She kind of shakes her head. At this juncture, I fear such a thing would be foolish. You see, the peace that you have touched is marked with you forever. Anyone that had the funds acquire something like that from you, they would certainly have the gumption to track you down.
So you're saying that I've traded something invaluable for something invaluable that I can no longer trade. Excellent. Back to square one.
I propose an offer.
I am willing to make deals with devils. I am one, after all.
She puts her hand on your shoulder and kind of floats around you. That darkness that you felt a moment ago is kind of feeling like you're starting to sink below the point of the ocean where the light still hits. Pressure is beginning to build around you. She says, Mephistopheles has proven himself to be a traitorous leech. I wish to be rid of him, and I'll need someone to replace him. I see what it is that you seek. I have seen the facets and where they lie. I have seen the conjunction points and what it is ultimately that you desire. The throne speaks to me in a way that you must transcribe. I can grant you what it is you want. And one day, when you die, all I ask for in return is that you take the place of Mephistopheles.
Well, I care not for the petty squabbles that happen in the hells. Forgive me for speaking so plain, but I am not one to lie.
Then that makes you all the more appetizing.
Indeed. Well, this is quite the consideration. Perhaps I'll think on it.
Think then. You're going to die inevitably. incredibly likely you'll end up down here anyway. Do you want to come down as an archduke? Do you want to come down as a dreg clawing out of the river Styx?
Or I could not die by living forever in the astral sea.
You are a devil, aren't you? And she smiles at you.
And I can just infinitely prolong my life through other means.
You can do
It's
as
not
you
like-
wish. You can do as you wish. I will get what is mine, and rest assured, even if it takes forever. I have all the time in the multiverse.
Mind you, I do not see you as my enemy. I simply see you as a bit of competition. With a smile.
She returns that grin. It's kind of like two CEOs squaring off at like a table, like a long business table, along from one another. Competition. Well, there's no competition for hell.
The Abyss. I believe its inherent nature is competition for hell, is it not?
We're a Fortune 500 company. You're not gonna beat us out.
Yeah, you don't have 500 layers like the Abyss, so suck it. Infinite layers, actually.
My father leads the Eternal Crusade, charging into its very depths. I fear not this. I haven't for some time. The Blood War, mostly gone cold. I've had ample opportunity to amass quite a legion. There would, of course, be one waiting for you to take your place as an Archduke.
Of course, but frankly speaking, I'm no tactician. But I would be willing to make a deal in my regard. I wish not to become fiend fodder, but I would be willing to work with you on terms that would be a bit more equal.
Equal? You
Indeed,
think you're going to be taking souls for yourself?
No. Nothing like that. I'd simply perhaps take upon tasks that you need doing and vice versa. Scratch mine back and I'll scratch yours. Like an agent of the multiverse. How does that sound?
I'll tell you what. There's a casino in Blackwood. It's called the River. They've run amok, gone rogue, as one might call it. They're operating outside the bounds of what the Primordial Concord allows. You and your organization arrange for them to be removed. And you have.
I can have it done today. And how do you mean removed? Do you want their property to be disestablished, or do you want them killed?
Don't bloody care how you do it, just see that it's done.
Very well. Up to interpretation, I see.
Yes.
Can do.
Now, I'm willing to pull back the walls, give you what you want. You will be our enforcers down here. In your own way. You will see to it.
Indeed, because between you and I, we both know that you have no influence over the material plane, at least one that is of substantial meaning. So, having an agent on the material, I believe, might be invaluable to you.
I have many organizations on the material plane, but replacing the vestigial one in Blackwood would be immensely useful. Yes.
Consider it done. I'll buy the deed and completely clear the frauds out.
How are you going to do that?
Money.
Very well. See no Vaunt.
Then I'll just kill the people that get in my way until they finally start being more convinced. Simple as that.
Very well.
I spill the blood of one and I create a demon, and so on.
Yes, I saw that. Rather rude. But I gotta say, I respect the hustle.
What's that fucking say? Something recognizes something. What's it?
Real recognize real.
Yeah, real recognize real.
Very well.
Very well.
Vaunt. Nice. We said the same thing. Yeah, I think that both of you probably say it at the same time, and there's just like this awkward moment that passes as you kind of like look at each other. Very well, Vaunt.
I ship it.
Font in the litter. Daughter of hell, yeah.
I'll be in touch. And you are freed from this consciousness. You come out of the inside of this crystal, and you can feel that pressure relief, like you just came out from the very bottom of the ocean.
Cool. I got a hell telephone. A hellophone.
On my telephone.
Used to call me on my hell phone.
Vaunt, is there anything else you want to do in your downtime?
Well, I'm gonna start to make plans and preparations for completely destroying a casino. Or taking it over.
Fantastic. All right. Well, that's probably something that we will get to in the next session. That actually probably sounds like what we might do with the next session, if that's okay with everybody. But we can talk about that once the cams are off. Or once the stream is down. Darn. What would you like to do with your next round of downtime?
Back to Blackwood. Place the that's happening. I'm going to pick top 10 that I have, best fighters, the ones that show the most promise, and we're gonna go on a wilderness retreat.
Okay, you take the chads of the group out into the woods. What do you bring with you guys?
Just the bare essentials. This is all about making sure they got what. Ooh.
It's team building.
Yeah.
Team building.
30% of the trip is just falling off a log. And
There's gonna be some trust falls. We're gonna roast marshmallows. It's gonna be a good time.
Based on the bottle.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, what are you trying to do specifically during this that you would like to get across?
Strengthen our bond as how to work cohesively together. Probably gonna be testing them on their knowledge, survival, and
Nice. Okay. Yeah, so I don't really know what kind of role to have you make for that, but sounds like you're doing some effective team building and bonding. If you'd like, you could make a survival roll, I guess.
Sarn even survived this trip.
we're roughing it. Why did you bring a pretty tent? You're roughing it. I'm here to supervise.
Yeah, so I've got slightly nicer sleeping conditions.
Darvin brings you your drinks on the hour every hour.
Oh no, I don't want to be all flashy in front of the guys who are having to rough it just a little bit more than me. Because I do this shit for a living. I don't need another night of sleeping on bare ground.
Point. Yeah, so the men are definitely brought together a bit more. They are quite impressed by your prowess with survival and expertise, and I'd say at the end of however long it is that you guys are camping out in the woods, you feel a bit more, what's the word? I'm blanking right now, and it's like a simple word. You have a bit more faith in them, is what I'm trying to say. You have a bit more faith in their abilities and their devotion.
That was gonna lead to...
You can if you want to. When would you like to, like, address them specifically?
I kind of want to find who I think is my top guy and kind of start taking my wing.
Okay, give me an investigation check to suss out who you think is the best one. So it takes you the better part of the trip, and it's probably not until
No,
about...
they all suck.
It takes you about halfway through to finally have like a running tally of where you think you would probably rank everybody. And the number one person here that, in your estimation, has the right mind for tactics, the martial combat prowess, and the survivability and like knowing how and when to use resources is a Goliath by the name of Kurt.
Big and strong, just how I like him. Okay, you there. What is your name? Recruit?
Kurt, ma'am.
Oh, yes. I remember that. I was testing you.
I didn't forget.
Good. So, be, quite adept at, all of this?
I've spent many summers, many winters in the mountains. Cast out from my tribe at...
You're roughing it quite a bit.
my whole life.
Tell me, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Oh my god.
Slaying many enemies.
I like
Taking
that
many
answer.
women.
I like the cut of your jib, kid.
He beams at you and kind of like nods. He offers you some of the rabbit that he's cooking.
It's,
It's seasoned pretty well. It's got like some wild herbs and spices on it.
there's more to you than meets the eye.
Have to live off of land for most of my life. Learned to know what tastes good.
Like that. So, see yourself doing this for a while? You happy here?
I'd prefer to be killing, to be quite honest with you.
Didn't we
Where do
all?
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I actually already said that.
Oh
Well,
my god, DMLM.
I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
no, it's all good. Well, Kurt, I wanted to let you know I've got my eye on you. I have high expectations, and keep up the good work, and I see some type of promotion in your future.
I will kill many of your enemies.
I relish the day that I get to witness when all your glory slaying down my enemies.
He picks up this big fuck off great axe and kind of like nods, holding it in his hand before sinking it back into the log that it was in.
But I got a job for you.
He looks to you.
Mhm. I want a nice trophy put in our new key. Seemed like you could take down some great beast that would look impressive to our visitors. Show what our men are all about.
He nods, and you can see a smile slowly start to splay on his lips again.
Get to killing.
He charges out immediately, picking up his axe. Like, it's still attached to the log that he sank it into, but he just doesn't care. He's just running at full force off into the woods. Yeah, I hope that didn't piss off our new neighbors. I forgot that we have new neighbors. They moved in last week. Oops.
I'm sure they'll be
Darn
fine.
watches after him with a pull in her eye, just proud, beaming. If only all my recruits were like this.
All the rest of them look at you and hear that. And then they all start yelling as they pick up their weapons and rush off into the woods.
Oh goodness. You forgot your backpacks. Okay, no. They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
So 3 days pass.
They're not fine.
And finally, on that third day, as the sun is beginning to set and you're like, well, tomorrow I should probably go do something, but we'll see how I'm feeling. You can see over the horizon, cresting on the ridge, this huge cave bear being pulled by all of the men. It's got to be like 5,000 pounds easy.
Yes.
And they're dragging it on makeshift logs that they like lashed together with natural fibers and ropes that they were able to construct out in the wilderness. And as they're bringing it over to the camp, you can see out in front is the large Goliath named Kurt with his axe covered in the beast's blood still and the biggest shit-eating grin across his face.
Being a Yuan-Ti, Zarn doesn't really have emotions, but in a rare moment, she finds herself wiping tears from her eyes. Just, I'm so gosh darn proud of you boys.
They yell and cheer, and there is dancing as they get crazy and loose. And yeah, as they're all kind of like winding down for the evening, Kurt says,
"So, I lead."
Yes, I think you earned that right. You're my new captain.
I get
he looks you up and down.
cool armor.
Well, we'll get there. Well, one must earn their position and their armor. You got one of them so far.
Probably slow me down.
You've got some good muscles on you. You'll be fine. But we'll sort that out later.
He is just as happy as a clam. He gets drunk as shit, and very soon after your conversation passes out. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your downtime?
Gotta look into building the. That will be my men's side project.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're definitely going to need people to settle it. There is a good portion of drow that are definitely going to be taking up some real estate in the town.
All the men have to always be in the start getting the town ready. Perhaps get a bar set up, tavern, and then to go hang out at.
Okay, so you're going to establish a tavern in the new town. What are you going to call it? If you want, you can vote on it with everybody. You?
Does anyone have anything clever? Zarn sips.
The drunken spider.
Yeah, we should go with like a Silker Spider theme since we have the Silkwater Trading Co.
Keep it on brand, like you learned in Mother.
I got it. Draughts and Driders.
Ooh.
Oh,
I was
like
gonna
that.
say fly in the web.
Those are both
Fly in the
really
web's
good
good.
choices.
Those
You're
are
both
both
solid.
good. Okay, why don't we make an inn named one and a tavern named other, then name the other one. So we make
That's good.
the tavern named Draughts and Driders, and then we make an inn named Fly in the Web, and they have silk sheets.
Could be
Oh,
a
that's so good.
like
That is
they're
so sick.
attached to each other, but kind of run separately.
Yeah, they have a business arrangement.
Just so you know, I don't know if you knew this, but the guy that named Cars gets paid $300,000 a year
To name things.
To name things, and he got paid a $300,000 bonus for Cars 2. So
Oh,
I
you mean
want
the movie, not like picking names for actual vehicles.
Yeah,
no,
like
the
the
point I'm
Pixar.
getting at is you owe Vaughn money for me coming up with the name.
Fuck off. Anyway,
What's the name of
Derek,
the
mute
stable?
him.
Did you tell me to mute him?
Yeah, mute him.
Augie can do it too.
The
You
Cocoon.
can't stop me.
The stables are called the Cocoon.
I'll mute myself.
Very nice. Good job. Zarn, you...
In case anybody was wondering if things were evil here, everything is spider themed.
That should
Spiders aren't
answer the
inherently
question.
evil.
Yes, they are. Don't fucking lie to me.
Ones that are 12 feet tall are.
No, they're nice. Like cows.
Anyway.
Yeah, Zarn, you and the men very quickly establish the new tavern. The inn is being worked on by the Drow as they are insistent on actually making the furniture themselves. Something about elven superiority in architecture or something, I don't know.
Okay. You say
You know what? Speaking of spiders, I just thought of something. Could that be like a supply for poison for
Yes.
Omni?
Oh, believe me, I am thinking of this.
Drow
Eventually.
poison. I specified drow poison when I said earlier.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Yeah. Not just giving him a fuck ton of damage, he can just shit out all the time as a rogue already. He's got enough.
Oh, not to mention drow poison is extremely expensive, so we can sell it for a very big profit.
That would be part of the establishment, yeah.
Wonderful.
That would be like the black market shit on the underground.
Yeah.
Coming straight from the underground.
Sorry, so Zarn, I keep getting sidetracked. You and your men very quickly established this inn. There is a very, very positive, what's the word I'm looking for, response throughout the community. And how do you go about setting rules and boundaries for this? Are you still trying to tell them to stay separate from the drow next door?
No, they can talk to them and stuff. It's not like
Drow
seclusion.
next door.
I just don't particularly want them attending services, and if they want to join the church, like with Ashwell, they are welcome to. They just
Well, see, no, they can't avoid it because there's hot drow women serving them beer, and they're at the inn, and they're just
I didn't
every.
say, my men built this.
The tavern is hers.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
My men will work there until I have found some staff.
And instead of some pretty drow women serving you your food, and you
Hey,
get this
Zarn
crusty old man with a peg leg.
Zarn appreciates
like-
walking into an inn and having a bunch of fit, muscular men serve her a drink.
Okay, you make a compelling argument.
I'm sure the drow women appreciate it as well.
That's
It's like one of those like
Flipping the
Japanese
script.
like buff guy bars.
you're 2 for
It's a
2 right
host
now.
club. Yeah.
We're changing the name. It's called Muscles and Mugs.
Mugs and muscles.
Yes.
I'm a
Just
bit of a
kidding.
mug maniac.
The thirsty muscle.
Chippendales.
I'm trying to think of like a Hooters knockoff, but I can't because I'm not witty.
Twinkies.
Twinkie. Oh
my
god.
Oh boy.
Anyway. Both of my men work there. Part-time. It's open in the evenings. Not working. Training, I mean.
Okay. Fantastic. Is there anything else that you're going to use this opportunity to impact the world with?
I think having a drinking hole in a pretty impactful thing to Zarn and her men. Spends many an evening there, enjoying a drink and what she sees.
Damn it, I'm just giving Natalie a fucking harem now. God damn it.
Hey.
Everybody's
women
living
do
out their
have harems
fantasies.
Too.
Everybody's living
Oh
out
yeah,
their
for me,
fantasies.
going to hell is one of my favorite fantasies.
You like to suffer, don't lie.
Well, I'm a masochist? Are you accusing me of being a masochist?
No, I'm saying
then-
you told me explicitly to make your character suffer a lot.
Damn, that does kind of undermine the masochist thing a little bit.
I'm a sadist.
It's not happening to him, it's happening to his character, so vicariously he's still experiencing it through my lens and enjoying it.
He's a sadomasochist, so he enjoys both ends of the stick.
Damn.
Alright, well, let's round this session off with Omni's second round of downtime.
To not be getting
Okay.
called out on stream tonight.
Just fucking cruise missile your spot, dude. I'm sorry.
Love you, buddy. So, first off, I continue to draw both the underlayer of the keep as well as the overlayer.
Oh shit.
So,
You're
yeah, I
overlayer.
for some reason decided to hurt myself and literally do every single arrow notch on there so we can see the exact coverage of arrow shots. Because fun fact,
You're doing that
the
on
whole
graph
fun
paper, right?
no, this is bare. This is like
Oh no,
normal,
that's gonna
like,
make it so much harder.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually made it so that it should be less mirrored. So you could literally take this whole thing, divide it down the middle, and flip it. It should be exactly the same.
Okay.
So, God, I wish I had graph paper this big. Anyway, there we go. Focus, camera, focus. But besides me drawing all that out and randomly
That's
deciding
wonderful,
to
by
make...
the way.
Thank you. Fun fact, the reason star forts are shaped the way they are is because arrow slits have perfect coverage across the whole thing. There is no part of the cast that won't have at least 2 archers shooting someone. Fun fact. But while this is happening, and the undercraft is what Ashwell has been dedicating a lot of effort to, where his particular place is, including the little Sally section in where the 4th room would be, quote unquote, the 4th chamber. Ashwell is going to be taking his time and both training his... I would say, let's not say training his troops. He's going to focus his troops in repairing the lower levels of this place. Since most of them are the fledglings, he'll have them start training once, he has a little bit of time, but he's also going to focus on Whisper. Up until now, Whisper has remained a largely non-combatant. They've been mostly operating on the sides, doing infiltration work and recon, small skirmishes where they don't have to get too much into combat. I think Ashwell is ready to have his apprentice join him on the battle, if she's interested.
Okay,
So-
so I think we need to assign a retainer class to Whisper.
I think that's fair.
Do you have one picked out already, or would you like to pick that out now?
I am good at picking one out now. That would be under the establishment. Would that be? Oh yeah, here we go.
It'd be under
The,
Rogue or Fighter, whichever of your choice. But it sounds like it'd probably go better off of Rogue.
I
The
agree with
class space stronghold, not the actual tower temple establishment.
Yeah, I got you. That would be the. Yeah, here we go. So that would be under the Rogue followers. I think I would have her be a... I think spy would be the proper term for this. Let's see. Retainer. I need to go for the retainer class.
Yeah, spy is an artisan.
So let's see. I would say... Let's go with Swordmaster. That feels appropriate. I like the idea of actually, you know what? What's an acolyte of darkness? That sounds pretty metal.
Acolyte of Darkness is right there.
Thank you.
Spellcaster.
Oh, here we go. Retainers. Druid. There we go. Jeez, it took forever to get here.
So they're like a Nightblade, kind of.
Okay. Here we go. I actually found the ones directly under the retainers section of followers. Duh, I missed that.
Yeah, it's also there. I can just search the NPC database, though.
Actually, I think the best solution for this would probably be... Let's see, can cast Blur on themselves. That's pretty spicy. Cast Invisibility on themselves, or... Oh, that sounds so good. And then the Thaumaturge. That's Sorcerer. Okay. I think our solution here would probably be Guild Adept.
Oh, right.
Because I could use some support that can do things I physically can't.
Yeah.
Advantage sounds so hot. It sounds so insanely sick. Perfect. Beautiful. So yeah, he would, the course of like the assembly of this place, he'd largely keep his flock to the lower level. They would do most of their construction and work under there. I imagine he would have, as his portion of the funding, besides shoring up the foundations, he'd get a bunch of engineers, sappers, and miners or at least the equipment for it, and the advisors to teach his crows how to do it, since he would be largely relying on his own manpower. And they would hollow out and slightly expand the under, because it looks like large portions of it had collapsed, so he'd kind of open those back up and sort of expand it so that it more or less mirrors the uppermost layer, just a little smaller in scale. Basically, we now have two like approximate floors. I do like keeping like the underside of that kind of rounded though. And while he's doing this the whole time, he'd be working with Whisper, watching them as they, do their thing. And when he's satisfied seeing that they've been putting forth a lot of effort into the project and they clearly are on top of it, he would invite Whisper into one particular corner of the place where he's kind of set it aside specifically for his raptors. 7 chambers, which would be enough for his raptors and one room for him. And he would offer to have them come in and meet her there.
Yeah, so after like a prolonged silence, there's like a creaking of the fresh door that still hasn't been used to the oiling of its hinges opens up. You wanted to see me, Ashwell?
Yeah, I did, actually. Could you close the door behind you? And he would take a torch and light the, I figured it'd be like a small chandelier, something simple, wrought iron, made out of like a wagon wheel. He doesn't need anything fancy. He would start igniting the candles above it and casting the room in light. And this thing is sort of built like a diamond post. You have the door on one corner and the separate rooms all divided amongst themselves with their own doors, and they're relatively small, but it's all theirs. And then the corner being his, which isn't really super big, but big enough. And in the middle, he'd be leaning on a big round table with 7 seats around. I wanted you to see where you're going to be operating out of here.
He takes it all in for a moment. So this is home. A real home.
Yeah.
Not living like rats below the ground in the city.
That's the hope, yeah. This
Still
is going to
living
be our nest.
underground, but I guess this isn't technically like rats. We all have our own rooms.
And we have a way out. And he would point from, he'd sort of like walk over the door and creak it open a little bit to point. On the far side, there'd be sappers digging through the stone, making a tunnel. That is a Sally Forth. That'll come out right underneath the area where you have the dry moat. We could come in and out as we please, and no one would see us. Be on the back of the castle by the water. So, privacy. And access to the forests and parks and things nearby. I plan on leaving the trees out there. They seem nice.
There's a long silence, and when Whisper looks back to you, you can just see like tears streaming down her face. And when she takes a moment to compose herself, she's like, "This is all I've ever wanted. Somewhere to call my own, place to lay my head that I don't have to look over my back. I don't have to worry about who's coming for me. Even in the city, we had so many enemies. Thank you, Ashwell. I'm very grateful for everything you've done."
He smiles. Here, let me show you. He takes her hand and leads her to the room to the right of the corner room and opens it. This one's yours. It's yours to do with whatever you'd like. And also, when I'm away, he opens the big corner room. This one's yours to run things out.
She looks taken aback for a second. Whoa, like, run things?
I can't micromanage every asset of this all the time. And frankly, I don't want to. My
Okay,
goals are bigger than that.
But what about the castle that you guys are going to? I mean, you're gonna leave me behind to look after things?
No. No, Whisper. I want you out there with me. I've been putting you through so many tests, and you've passed everyone with flying colors, even ones I didn't mean. And frankly, that's on me. I've been... And he pauses. He checks to make sure the door is closed. And he pulls back his cloak and removes his mask and puts it on the table, revealing his face. Which is normally like a ruddier, almost like a redder brown. But now you can see the mottle like creeping up and along the temples the same way. His ears slightly more pointy.
Over time, it's progressing more.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's entirely possible that you end up like a half-drow human.
That sounds sick. I'm actually on board with that. He smiles. I've been very nervous because I've been worried that what I do would get you killed. And I don't want to try to change the world and get every person I'm actually trying to change it for dead in the process. I don't know how long I'm going to live, Whisper. Probably less than you. And there's going to be a day where I'm not here to see this. Unless something else happens, who knows? There might be plans for that one. I don't know if I'll get there. I need to make sure that I leave this in the hands of someone who knows what I'm doing. Knows what I'm trying to do. So, you're not just my apprentice, Whisper. You're my successor. And if you'll have me, I'd like you to join me on excursions. When and if you can. And there will be times I won't be able to have you. And when I can't, I do want you here. The nest will be yours when I'm not here. And you'll be my proxy. Because I trust no one else more.
Ashwell, there's darkness in me down in... If I have something like raptors at my disposal, I don't know what I might do.
We all have our secrets, Whisper. And terrible things that we've done and will do. I discovered... He drops the accent. I've discovered very early on in my life what I'm capable of. This isn't my accent. The way I'm talking to you now is.
Why fool everyone? Why live a lie?
Because I'm not speaking from. When I was 7, I lived in the city. And I lived in the sewers like you did. And he walks over to the doors and slowly opens them up, and you can see the interior is still roughly hewn furniture, mostly out of chunks of tree that have been flattened out, polished. It's probably not even going to have it turned into proper seating. It's just going to be carved out for wherever you need to sit or whatever. And in those sewers, I only ever knew one other person. One kid had my back. And I never knew his name. But he was like my brother. And one day, 1 month, food got really scarce. Couldn't find much. It was famine in the city above. We didn't know it. We didn't understand. All we knew was down here, where we were, there was nothing, even less than usual. Well, he stole bread one day. A whole loaf. And I caught him eating it by himself. And my thought wasn't to share. I was so hungry. I killed him. 7 years old. I killed a 9-year-old. I didn't have a knife or a rock. I throttled him just to take the bread from myself. I didn't even share it. It wasn't for another month till after the famine was gone that I realized what I'd done. I know exactly the kind of terrible crap I'm capable of, even as a kid. Whisper, you don't need to be perfect. But I know you enough. You are principled. You do show empathy. You're capable of kindness, and you're capable of doing the right thing, even when it's the wrong thing in the eyes of others. Know the world has to change, and you know we need to kill people to do it. I need a certain kind of ruthless, but I need ruthless with a soft edge.
I'll kill anyone you point me at.
I need you to save the ones I don't know who to. Keep me honest, and I'll do the same.
I'll
Extend
learn
the
how to
hand.
do that along the way. Takes your hand.
And he pulls her into a hug. I'm proud as hell of you.
You can kind of feel her like happy crying into your chest.
And I think that's probably where it would be a good place to go.
All right. No more downtime activities, or that's it for the session?
I have one that I thought of, but if anybody else.
I do still want to at least take a little bit of time to train some of these new fledgling troops and make them not suck ass.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, Ashwell would want to take Whisper and him and drill the crap out of these troops. Once the Undercroft is clear, he would do his best to sort of drill them and see, like, basically, I want people to try to reach the other side of the town, where he would be hanging out in one of the ruins with a flag, and their goal is to get to him without being spotted. Whoever gets furthest gets double rations.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah.
Okay, so effectively, you would be training them in one of the following methods. Light armor training. Oh, shit. Both you and Zarn get that. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah.
So both of y'all get to choose from that. And then, as far as training functions, I believe training temporarily raises experience level of that unit. So you can in
Nice.
theory be training them. It would be going from whatever it is that you rolled earlier, which I don't know if we actually determined what fledglings would. You know what they would, what you'd prefer them to be?
I think his whole thing is he'd prefer them to be. I think he'd prefer them to be regular light infantry.
Okay. I would say
again,
they're probably green, but you'd through training rent regular.
Perfect. 'Cause that's kind of his goal. His goal is to make his troops relatively swift on their feet, light. He's basically trying to make his troops kind of a little bit like him, a regular commandos of a sort, focused on stealth, and if they do get into melee, then be highly proficient, but not really organized in the same way as like a traditional army. He wants to have a guerrilla workforce, basically.
Sick. Yeah, that works great.
All right.
Okay. All right. And you're said you had one more thing. What's good, homie?
Yes. I was looking at what you can do with concordance and stuff, and I would like to petition my deity, but I'd like to make a special request.
Let's hear it.
So the undead table for servitors is kind of sucky.
Yes.
So I was wondering if you'd let me take like a additional penalty to to my result, to my concordance, so I could get something like actually cool and good.
Why don't we just work together off camera to come up with
That
a
yeah,
new
that's what
table?
I was. Okay, that's fine. That's good to me.
All right. Well, is there anything else, my homies? All right. Well, that was fun. That was like
That was
5 hours of
hella fun.
downtime.
That was great.
I don't think I want to go before Ashwell again. I'm over here playing with my beefcakes and cheesesteaks. And then he comes out with just pouring his heart and soul out. Making me look so superficial.
That's why I knew I had to have him go last.
No, it's all good.
That's why I knew I had to have him go last.
I love it.
I love your character. I love Zarn so much. I love all your characters. They're great.
Oh yeah, I love all those characters for sure.
I was sitting here completely enthralled with your story. Like, I felt so immersed in that moment.
That was very good.
I was chilling. I got chills. Go show. Well, thank you everybody for being here. Stick around. We're gonna raid into let's see. Ron Roscoe is the only person that I'm following that's playing Dungeons and Dragons. Does anybody else know anybody that is streaming tabletop or Dungeons and Dragons right now?
There's this nerd DM Studios.
Oh, fuck that guy. He sucks.
Yeah, he's kind of a
I've
prick.
only heard terrible things about him.
I heard he gives like shit loot. Makes dog shit encounters that you can just roll over.
No, that's your best bet, Chief.
All right. Well, stick around, everybody. We're gonna go out through our outros. Everybody, tell a chat where they can find you, what you're up to, what's good in your hood. Natalie, do you want to start?
Sure. Natalie. I'm known on Twitter at LitSozoBeans. Catch me on Saturday playing on all. So I will in and out of Derek's charity stream. So that should be a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, baby. I love you. Well, Omni, what's up?
Hello, everyone. I'm the Last Omnitech, your favorite robot American. Thank you all for tuning in. As much like Natalie, I'm here on Saturdays as part of the Covet Syndicate, as well as also on Lancer's group. I'm also with Red's game of Cyberpunk on every other Thursday. Loving it to death. Super blast. I'm also going to be very shortly on Alakazam's channel.
Let's go.
On Wednesdays. I'm going to be playing in a D&D 5e Belarus campaign, which is a
Sky Whales!
Sky Whales and Apocalypse and Peace. It's a very interesting setting, and I'm ready for it. I'm wrapping AS up on my channel this coming Wednesday. It'll be the ultimate episode of it. So tune in, see how we wrap it up. Maybe one day we'll go back to it, but we had a lot of issues with scheduling and stuff. It seems like a good time to cut it. Thursdays and also Saturdays at 10:30 a.m. EST, I have my Breakfast Club stream where we all hang out, both us and the TTRPG community. We chat, we talk about what's going on, talk about projects in the future for me, as well as also just play video games and watch my ass get beaten Elden Ring or whatever game of the month we got. And then finally on Saturdays, I do the Stellar Forge, where I work build. Specifically been working on my Legacy TTRPG setting with the intent to release the game, at least in demo state, later this year, and run it on this channel with Derek and part of this crew at an indeterminate time. We're working on that. I believe on Saturdays midday, but we'll see how that goes because I need to do a lot of moving and stuff, literal real life moving, before we figure that out. So if you want to see what that world is about and watch me and help me world build a sci-fi setting, by all means, come tune in. It's a blast. And that's me, guys. You can find me on Twitter and my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/TheLastOmnitech. On Twitter, I am The Last Omnitech. I'm literally The Last Omnitech on everything except Xbox Live, where I'm just Last Omnitech. And that's me, guys. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Well, I know I wouldn't miss my Omni stream on Saturdays for the world, even though it wasn't today. I was sad, but it's okay. Love you, Omni. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you were here for Covet, and I appreciate you being here, even though you're not feeling super duper well. Much love.
Thankfully, the congestion cleared after the movie, so I was happy I could make it. Thank you, man.
Good deal. Elise!
Then me. Hi, friends. I'm Elise. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram and Pinterest at Illustrate. And I am an artist helping other artists create more art by teaching them, new lessons, how to use new tools, and things like time management, motivation, and beating art blocks. So you can check me out at illustrate.com and sign up for my newsletter for free tools, free creativity tools to help you create more stuff and do more good things.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Well, thank you for being here, Elise. Much love, homie.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, thank you. Well, Red, my homie, what's good, dude?
Hello, it is I, Red. I just punched my desk.
Again.
Nice.
I'm one of the 3 primary colors. I'm a streamer here on Twitch. Do Wednesdays and Fridays, Magic the Gathering. Thursdays, every other Thursday, Cyberpunk. This coming Thursday is a Cyberpunk session, and it'll be my last session of the week because Friday through Sunday I'm going to be on vacation. Probably Monday too. Probably take Tuesday off. Probably take the rest of the week off,
Let's
depending on
fucking
how bad I
go.
damage my liver. But regardless, yes, 2 p.m. CST next Thursday, or this coming Thursday rather, for Cyberpunk. I'm on Derek's channel like all the freaking time.
Oh, yeah.
Saturdays. We won't be having, like I said, I won't be here next Saturday, so no Lancer next Saturday. I'm assuming Omni's probably going to be running something, or somebody else is going to run something. I don't know. I just work
I
here.
will be totally down with no star.
Oh,
Yep. And
yeah.
I wrote a book. If you want to read that, cool. If you don't,
Get the book.
it's fine. I can't read, so I totally understand. But yeah, I think that's it for me for the most part.
Oh, well, thank you for being here, Red. Much love, dude. Couldn't do it without you, man.
Of course not.
Well, thank you, everybody, once again for being here. This has been a full 11 hours of streaming. Let's fucking go. Natalie, you're a fucking Chad. You made it the whole way.
Very tired, but I had a lot of fun.
Well, that was Booty and Covet Syndicate. I hope you guys enjoyed. Those of you who stuck around for the whole day, I hope to see you tomorrow. But if you're sick of me, I get it. Tomorrow, for something completely different, we have Irizumi at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is a tabletop role-playing game, Caltrop Core actual play, made by the very game master that is running it on the channel, Andy at Lost Haven Art on Twitter. It is about Yakuza, ambition, and loyalty. We're getting crazy with it. I slept with a German arms dealer and secured weapons for my Yakuza. It's pretty fucking cool.
I'm just now
Nice.
finding out about
I
this.
told you last week when it happened.
I'm kidding.
But yeah, we're going to be raiding into Ron Roscoe. Tomorrow, Irizumi at 2, and then after that, going to shut down the stream just so I can restart and get my overlays correct like we did today for Covet, basically. And we're going to be going straight into the 12-hour charity stream. All of the donations are going to be going straight to Trevor Project. There is a link in my panel down below. I want to get something set up. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have time to do it before stream. I should. That will let me know when people donate to it, because otherwise I don't really have any way of knowing, which really sucks. Yeah, thank you guys again for being here. I love y'all. I appreciate you. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you guys. I just ran Dungeons & Dragons for 11 hours. I'm going to go eat donuts and watch Elden Ring videos in my bed until I fall asleep. Good night, you guys. I love you.
Sounds good. Night night, guys.
Peace.